Okay, so our senior English students, honors and CP, all conduct a This I Believe presentation, and it's kind of modeled on the TED Talk version where they present themselves as finished products of the Sutton school system, values and lessons that they've learned and what has kind of shaped them at this point as they finish up their high school careers and head out into the big world.
All right, second question, what inspired you to have the kids do this assignment?
So this comes from a NPR. There's actually a website and there's a book, This I Believe. Mr. McCarthy showed this to me years and years ago, and we've kind of formulated it throughout the years and shaped it for our own use. But we've just thought it's a great sort of self-reflective activity where the students, again, present themselves at the end of the high school career.
All right, what is it that you love about this assignment?
I really love that the students, even though it might be painful, some of the students behind the camera right now, the process of coming up with what they're going to say, but it's really a journey of self-discovery where they have to be reflective on kind of what they stand for, what they've learned, and where, like I said, where they're going and how they've got to this point. And then also I think they discover some people that have helped them, and it's just a rewarding journey for them to complete this project.
All right, and last thing is, what do you think makes it a challenge for the students?
Well, the challenge is definitely standing up here for most of them on stage at the auditorium, but also most people, especially students, I think, struggle to write about themselves and to kind of, again, think about what they stand for on a kind of a higher level. So I think that's usually a challenge.
Something that is hard to find today is a person who is willing to work for what they want. Lazy is one of the easiest things for people to be. It requires no thought, hard work, or perseverance. I believe that we should choose things that challenge us, take the path that inspires growth. Many people say that life is too hard, they have too much going on, or they have it too rough. In reality, those are the things that make a person who can accomplish anything. Too many times we see people who aren't willing to accept that things are going to be rough. The worst thing you can do for yourself is dwell upon these tough moments. Difficult tasks, such as this speech even, are things we tend to push away. However, the best thing to do is attack the problem as soon as you can. The moment where I switched from hating difficult tasks to loving them still feels like yesterday. It was a moment where I knew that in order to live, I had to be able to push through and just do it, rather than back out. Before I go over that specific moment, it's important to know the history. Over the spring and summer of 2022, I had dedicated my time and money to working on my 1989 Pontiac Firebird Formula 350. The car had sat for over a decade and had been neglected prior to sitting. Walking up to the car for the first time, I can remember thinking, what am I getting into? Just by looking at the car, I had known it would be months of work. Little did I know that it would be years. There is no denying that this really scared me. I had no idea how much time, money, and effort it would take. But deep down, that car was something I really wanted. After bringing the car home from Central Connecticut in mid-September of 2021, it sat in my driveway for a few weeks. Similar to many other things in our lives, I had no idea where to begin. Everything had to be gone through. This really stumped me until I decided it was time to start somewhere. I began to attack the little issues first and moved on to more in-depth processes. But as winter began to set in, I became more discouraged. The main thing that really hung me up was the fact that I had yet to even hear the car run. I had no idea if I had a good baseline to build off of. This really brought the whole project to a stop by early October. Between the cold weather and the fear of digging deeper, I covered the car for the winter and waited for spring. As the days became warmer in the spring of 2022, I also became more excited at the prospect of having the car, at the very least, running. I knew it was time to stop messing with small things like the interior and paint, and I should begin to tackle larger obstacles that lay ahead. In mid-March, after moving the car back into my driveway, and yes, before anyone asks, everything was done in my driveway, I started to take out the rear axle of the car so I could replace the entire fuel system. This relatively difficult project was a turning point for both the car and myself. I started to have more and more hope that things would turn in the right direction. This new hope was not the result of a reality, but rather the power of positive thinking. The months rolled on, my wallet grew thinner, and the work kept coming. There was so much to do that just to keep track of it all, I had a 3-page long Google document to track how far along I was. I had spent a week or so prior focusing strictly on getting the motor running, and in early July, the car ran for the first time in 12 years. I cannot stress enough how amazing of a moment this was for both me and my family. After this milestone, I spent the next few weeks chasing small issues that appeared only after the car was running and began to get it ready for the road. I started to realize just how much work I'd put into the car, and that gave it more value than any dollar amount could. I earned my driver's license in September of 2022 and was finally able to drive around the car around town, throughout the state, and truly enjoy what I'd worked so hard to have. Now, the moment that truly changed my perspective on how I accomplish things was about to come. In early October, on my way home from school, I was driving and heard the worst possible thing that any car owner could ever hear. It was a knock and a squeal, indicating that what most people refer to as a blown motor. In other words, the motor had to be pulled out of the car and rebuilt or replaced. This really dragged me down. I had spent thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours on the car, only for it to be at a lower point than it was when I first bought it. That day, the car was towed home, and there I stood in my driveway once again, looking at a non-running vehicle. It was then that I realized it wasn't time to be mad or annoyed with it, but rather to take on the problem with growth in mind. I began that very night to disconnect wires, lines, and bolts so I could remove the engine and rebuild it. A large part of me wanted to just give up on the project altogether, but I worked for it instead. I knew what I wanted, and I knew what I had to do to get it. Within 3 days, I had removed the entire drivetrain with plans to rebuild and replace it. But as many of you know, things don't often go to plan. I found extensive damage beyond repair within the motor and was once again put in a position where I didn't know what to do with this car. It was as if every turn I made was in the wrong direction. Through countless pros and cons lists, going back and forth with what I was to do, I decided to replace the motor altogether. By October 18th, 2022, almost exactly 3 weeks after blowing the motor, I had replaced the motor with a bigger and better one from a racing shop in Ludlow. I used the moment to make growth with the car rather than be mad at it. The car was running once again, and as many of you can imagine, I was more than happy. This whole experience with a constant battle between this vehicle and myself forced me to make decisions and learn from my mistakes at a very young age. Important people within my life prior to this experience have always told me to do my best and to work harder if you think you're working hard already. The experience that I had with this car made me realize how true that really is. However, the most important thing that I learned after this experience was that if I wanted something, I was the one who had to work for it. There wasn't going to be someone there who can just hand it to me. I had to push myself beyond any limit I had ever before. And for those of you today within the audience who are contemplating doing something but hesitating due to the difficulty or challenge it possesses, I implore you to attack that challenge or take that risk, because at the end of the day, those hard times are going to make you a better person in more ways than you could ever think of. That's it.
Welcome all. I'm Philip Ostrowski, and these are my lessons learned from Scouts. On September 26th of last year, I, along with Jacob Prue, earned my Eagle Scout rank, officially graduating from Troop 243 like many before us. For me, this was the culmination of well over 7 years of scouting experience, 33 merit badges earned, hundreds of community service hours, dozens of weeks spent in the woods, and countless scouting competition victories. To say that not only myself, but my parents, siblings, fellow scouts and leaders are proud would be an understatement. This rank was not handed to me on a silver platter, and I most certainly did not achieve this most honorable title without extensive teaching and assistance from my peers. But for a little history, way back in 1910, Baden Powell brought 22 boys camping to Brownsea Island off the coast of England. He realized the potential his program could have on the youth. Thus, Boy Scouts was born and soon ported over to America as we know it today. To this day, we can see his program still stands. His words and lessons continue to guide today's youth. Becoming an Eagle takes guts, determination, and commitment to what it means to live the Scout oath and law. Only about 6% of boys who join Scouts ever stick around long enough to become an Eagle. The Scouting program has been the most influential and important organization I've ever had the pleasure of being a part of. I too can see Baden-Powell's vision, the qualities a boy can attain. However, I didn't always see it this way. When I was 11 years old and first experienced what it was like to be a Scout, I didn't like it. I told my father, "It's too hard. I don't know any of the other boys. Boy Scouts isn't for me." My dad was able to look past this, however. He knew the benefits of participating in such a program, so he pushed me forwards. So I continued on in Scouts. What am I here for? Soon in time, I befriended my fellow Scouts at each of the troop meetings every Thursday night. We laughed and joked, drew goofy pictures in our notebooks, and played capture the flag outside when the weather was warmer. Becoming great friends with the other Scouts and spending time with each other at each troop meeting was cathartic, no matter how bad I wanted to stay home that night. Additionally, I began to rise up in the ranks. I quickly passed the lower ranks and moved on to second class. Through these levels, I learned how to create winter shelters, treat first aid for various injuries like sprained ankles and broken arms, tied knots and lashings, be wary of and recognize weather patterns, build fires, be conservative of nature, and work as a team. I can list dozens of things I learned, but the most important thing was that I finally grasped how to be a leader. At age 14, I became a patrol leader, and it was a big step in both responsibility and commitment. As a leader of several new, young Scouts, it was up to me how to train them. This instilled in me a duty to teach them as I had once been by my previous patrol leader. I had to be active in keeping my members informed about important events, teaching them Scout skills, and advancing them through the ranks. Most importantly, I had to be a role model. If they didn't know how to tie a certain knot or what to do about a medical injury, it was my responsibility to teach them. Being a leader taught me that I couldn't just worry about myself anymore. My patrol's success was dependent on everyone in it. The highlight of my scouting experience was to be a part of our troop's first high adventure trip. Our high adventure trip was to Northern Tier, a base camp plunged far back in the deep woods of Minnesota along the boundary waters between US and Canada. From there, they launched week-long canoeing expeditions into the wilderness of 10,000 lakes. I was a part of Alpha Crew, a team of 2 adults, 4 Scouts including me, and an interpreter. Interpreters are guides of the boundary waters. We would soon find out our 6-day journey would be very demanding, not just physically, but mentally too. This trip was a true test of my scouting skills, vigor, and leadership. Each day we had to put in our best efforts as this was a real survival situation. I was assigned the role of navigator, and I had to make sure we were in the right location at all times and look out for open camping spots. Using my compass and mapping skills, I guided us through the serene, ancient lakes. It was hard not to think of home or giving up. My whole upper body ached in pain, and my mind did too. But I pushed through it. We all did. We were only able to get home because of how we worked together as a team, relying on each other's strengths and supporting our weaknesses. We canoed a little over 100 miles total during that time, portaging over a dozen lakes, passing through the Canadian border at times. Baden-Powell wanted to strengthen the young men of tomorrow to be responsible, patient, and most importantly, leaders. His teachings peak at the rank of Eagle, showing immense dedication, knowledge, and leadership skills that they will take with them for the rest of their lives. As a requirement to earn the Eagle rank, one must propose, plan, and execute a volunteer project to aid their local community or an organization. Each project is unique in that it tackles a specific problem local to their area. It also shows giving back to the community. My Eagle project was helping the Sutton Fire Department with the ice rescue ladders. With the extensive planning assistance of District Fire Chief Robin Dresser, sanded down, painted, stenciled, and supplied a rope to 12 ice rescue ladders alongside constructing accompanying informative signs. Right now, many of these ladders are at Singletary, Manchog, and other various bodies of water in town. If you head to any of these locations, you might just find one of my ladders at your service. Through these Eagle projects, Scouts across central Massachusetts in 2023 alone have provided over 34,000 hours of service to local communities. My Scoutmaster, Mr. Cole, has said to me time and time again that him and all his assistants provide this program to us for free. They were all Scouts at one point too, and they know the program relies on volunteering their own time for our benefit. That's the same lesson we Scouts learn as we work hard for others during volunteering. People often misconstrue Boy Scouts as nothing more than tying knots and roughing it in the great outdoors. But as an Eagle, I know it's more than fishing, hiking, firing shotguns, pioneering, and canoeing. Boy Scouts has enabled me to form several lifelong relationships, people whom I still speak with to this day. It's allowed me to experience trips many would consider to be once in a lifetime. It's taught me morals and principles that govern my decisions and lay weight on my conscience. It's shown me I should give up my time to others who may not be as fortunate as I am, to veterans, to the disabled and weak. The Scouts' motto is be prepared. Us Scouts often think this means being prepared for a troop meeting or a camp out. I've learned what it really means is that Scouts is a program that trains us to be prepared for life. I am the utmost grateful for Boy Scouts, what it did for me and what it can do for others. It was the best opportunity to grow I ever received, and I thank all those who keep it running every year. Thank you.
Individuality can be seen in unexpected ways. When in doubt, sauce me that beat. That was a piece of advice Mr. Wandyes gave me back in November. It was so ridiculous, random, and unexpected that it made me realize that having fun in life and being yourself is much more important than being approved by others. I realized that the advice we need isn't always what we think. And what Mr. Wandyes told me in November made me laugh, and sometimes that's exactly what people need. It's not the typical advice one would receive, but it helped me more than any serious conversation could. Saying something as random as sauce me that beat was just what I needed, so if all of you act differently and stand out, that might be just what the people around you need too. You could inspire others to be an individual as well. Being unique has always come naturally to me, with one main example being my pet duck. People constantly ask, why would you want a duck as a pet? But I got one, despite the questions. And I had no idea that it would teach me so much. Owning a duck taught me about responsibility and the fact that you have to put the work in to get the things you want. It took me years to convince my parents to let me get a duck, and I didn't worry about the judgment from everyone else. I got told by many people that ducks are meant to be in the wild, but nobody knows my own pets better than me, and I know that my duck Davy is happiest with me. I saved her from a farm where she would have been killed, and that's the story that not many people understand. There's always more to the story than what meets the eye, and Davy is a perfect example of how individuality has impacted my life. I could have done more sports or had more jobs or lived a life just like everyone else, but instead I got a duck and put in the hard work and determination that ended up being a major lesson for me. This has taught me more than any usual life could have taught me. I wouldn't change a single thing, and now I know more about responsibility that not many people get to experience, all because I followed my dreams, and I got a duck even though many people thought I was weird because of it. I have also applied my desire to be different to my art. Art and music are both so important to me, and when I listen to the music I want while drawing, I feel like an individual rather than what the world wants me to be. Sometimes people get so caught up in the idea of I have to make more money without looking at what makes you truly happy. I intend to pursue art, and I don't know where life will take me and what career I will specifically choose, but that's the beauty of it. You never know what will happen, and the only way you will end up with a job that makes you feel fulfilled is if you follow your path, the path God made for you. What other people think you should do has nothing to do with what you should actually pursue. Everyone deserves to be happy, and everyone has their individual outlet. That's why humans are such complicated creatures. We all have different interests, and instead of trying to conform to society, you should be who you really want to be. You can't spend your life trying to be somebody else, because you never will be. You are blessed with your own body and your own thoughts, So take control of it and do what makes you happy. Some people feel ashamed or embarrassed for being themselves and being different from others. But we were given these bodies and these beautiful minds so we can be set apart from one another. Stop trying to break your own beliefs just to fit in, because you need to love yourself in order to show love to others. And you'll never be at peace with yourself if you're not doing what you want in life. That is why I represent myself with my art, and I have such a passion for it, because it gives me an outlet to show my individuality. People may try and change you, but nobody can live your life for you. I've always been a Christian, and trusting in God is what makes me happy and gives me peace in life. People have questioned my religion and tried to convince me that Jesus doesn't exist, or that I shouldn't trust in something that I can't see, but nothing will ever change my belief. I've been made fun of for my religion, even though it is the center of my life and the foundation of everything that I do. Standing up here talking about God is what I was meant to do, and I'm not saying this to convince everyone that they need to be Christian too. Everyone has their own path and their own free will. I'm just saying that I love God more than anything, and I should not be judged for following my own religion. I don't expect anybody else to stand with me, just as people shouldn't expect me to change my religion to fit in with society. This is what makes me an individual, and I'm proud of who God has made me. I won't conform to what people want, just as every single one of you should follow your own beliefs and not accept judgment from others who don't understand you. Nobody can live the same life as you, so everyone should live their own way, doing what they're passionate about and what makes them happy. Everyone can have a true impact in this world if they decide things for themselves. A very important thing to keep in mind is the people you surround yourself with have a huge impact on your happiness. If people judge the way I live or the way I express myself, I refuse to keep them in my life, because negative relationships will not affect me in the long run. And then, as a result, I won't treat my loved ones with positivity. Many people say I hang out with my boyfriend too much, for example, saying that there's more to life than relationships. But my belief is that I'm happier when I see him more. He inspires me to draw when I'm losing motivation. He comes to church with me to improve my relationship with God. And he loves who I am and builds me up. Of course, I balance my time with him with the rest of my life, but nobody can experience what I experience, just as I can't know exactly how others feel too. If he makes me so happy and builds me up in every aspect of my life, it would only make sense for me to see him more and just enjoy life instead of trying to go through it myself. He makes me feel love for the individual I am, and every person out there deserves to feel this kind of support when you ignore social norms and act as your own person. I also have very supportive friends and family who I appreciate so much, and I love to show support for them being an individual too. Surround yourself with people who build you up, not tell you to change who you are. Toxic relationships are not worth it if it's hurting you just to make people happy. Have the right friends, see your family, and find your perfect crowd, because that might look different for everyone. What I enjoy is sitting in my room and drawing for hours, having my alone time, being with my pet duck, and seeing my small circle of loved ones. Others may enjoy being in a more social setting often. I wouldn't expect someone to find enjoyment in painting and listening to vinyls for a whole day, just as somebody shouldn't expect me to enjoy being in large social gatherings. I'm not saying to never step out of your comfort zone, because being in new situations is healthy, but don't change who you are at the core. Have fun with the simple things that make you happy. I talked to Mr. Parker, a worker in this building, about this, and he said, "You do you" is the most important phrase to him. He agreed that people can only find good relationships if they act as who they really are. People shouldn't have to change anything about themselves just to fit in. You should let everyone else live the life that they want, because you need to be who you are. Don't try to change your personality if other people don't agree with it just because they don't like who you are. Nobody will ever live your same life, so live it like your own. If you pursue a career only because someone else wants you to, you'll never grow to your full potential and find happiness in it. Be who you are, don't change for anyone else, and remember that you will only be loved for who you are if you aren't afraid to express it. Thank you.
Human improvement is an unending journey. That's a quote from an old NBC News anchor
named Lloyd Dobbins that I stumbled upon while trying to figure out what to write about for this speech. After reading it, I knew this quote would fit in perfectly. Mr. Dobbins' quote affirms my belief that you can always be better. There will always be room for you to improve. That stands for any aspect in life. In general, the more you do something, the better you'll become as time progresses. A great example of this is the 10,000-hour rule. This is a concept that I became aware of at the beginning of my junior year in Mr. Marcucci's class, from a book that we read titled Outliers. I didn't enjoy the book very much, but the 10,000-hour rule stayed with me. The author of the book, Malcolm Gladwell, proposed his theory. To become great at something, you must practice that thing for 10,000 hours. He references the Beatles, who some may argue are one of the greatest bands of all time, put in their 10,000 hours playing small gigs at a restaurant in Hamburg, Germany, before they struck it big. In a study performed by psychologist Anders Ericsson in 1999, Ericsson and his team used violinists at a musical academy to study the theory that practice translates to higher skill, taking violinists from 3 skill levels into 3 groups. Group 1 being who they considered the future stars, Group 2 being those who were considered pretty good, and the third group consisted of students who were unlikely to ever play professionally in their careers. They asked the students to estimate how many hours they practiced growing up, and the data lined up with their theory. Those in the first group averaged around 10,000 hours of total practice by age 20. The group of good students only averaged around 8,000 hours, and the third group averaged around 4,000 hours of practice by the age of 20 as well. To confirm and strengthen his results, Ericsson and his crew did the same test with pianists at the academy, and they found a very similar pattern with skill levels and practice time. After his studies, Ericsson did not have a single outlier. Not a single student that had far less than 10,000 hours was at the top of their class, nor was any student. Mr. Wandyes, my computer froze. Hold on. There we go, okay. In his studies, he didn't find a single outlier. No student that practiced far less than the 10,000 hours was able to reach the top group of stars. They also did not find any students in the second or third group of not as good players that practiced for far more hours, close to 10,000, and wasn't good. Here are some numbers behind the 10,000-hour rule that fascinate me. 10,000 hours is equivalent to 417 days or 1.15 years. That's a pretty long time. To put it in a more understandable timeline, if we use this American work week of 40 hours per week, it would take you 250 weeks. It would take you 250 weeks of practicing for 40 hours a week to reach 10,000 hours, or just under 5 years. Mr. Wandyes, it keeps freezing. I don't know what's going on. Okay, got it. 5 years total might not seem like too long of a time to become a great, but pair that 40 hours a week on top of attending school or working a job full-time, and it becomes very difficult to reach that mark. From a young age, it was always implanted in my brain to do my best and pursue improvement. My parents largely influenced who I was at a young age and who I am now, and I think the biggest contributor to the person I am today is my father. He was a major driving force and always pushing me to improve, specifically when it came to hockey. He would always encourage me to go outside, work on my skills, run, and train. For as long as I can remember, there's always been a hockey net in our driveway. Summer days spent speeding around the driveway on my rollerblades, shooting street hockey balls, making up my own in-game situations where I was in the NHL, pretending and imagining to be a superstar someday. The summer when I was 11, my dad bought me synthetic ice tiles. These became my favorite thing to use. He signed me up for a shooting challenge each summer, encouraging me to shoot 150 pucks every single day. He would even take time off from his work to come outside and shoot pucks with me and teach me better technique. His love for the sport is as big as mine, and he wanted to help encourage my growth. As I became older, between work, school, and practices, I'd have less time to go outside and train. He began helping me watch film instead, sitting me down after games in his office, and we would go through my games together, pointing out strengths, but also flaws and errors in my game to see where I needed to improve. As time passed, I became good at critiquing myself. A little out of position on this play. Should have made a pass instead of shooting on this play. I was improving. Having been my coach for most of my life, my dad was always my biggest critic. After every shift, he would give me feedback, tell me about a mistake I made while I was on the ice. Even when I thought I had a perfect shift, my dad could always pick out something to help me improve. I would often tune him out on the bench and after games. Even before games, he would always tell me the same thing right before I left his office door to go drive to the rink. Have a good game, skate hard, make sure I get up in the play, and most importantly, stay out of the crap. I heard the same spiel. I became tired of it so fast, I would tune him out, never fully listening or even stopping to acknowledge that he was speaking to me most times. Now that my hockey career is over, I regret not stopping to listen or cherish all of these moments with my dad more. I realize now that he was always just trying to help me improve and be the best that I could. While I know I worked hard and put in my best effort through all my years of playing, I wish I could have given it more and came closer to that 10,000 hours. As I move on to my next steps in life, taking on college and figuring out a career, I know that I am set up to work hard and strive because I know I can always be better.
I believe that people are complicated. Every single one of the 8.1 billion people on this planet is different. This is great. This is how we've gotten this far. Our differences breed genetic diversity and lead to a better, more different generation. It's what makes our lives interesting. If everyone looked or acted the same, it would be boring. But as we developed as a species, we started to make molds. These molds say what certain people should act like and what others should do. Now, our generalized worldwide society has certain ways people should act and how others should. I'm someone who's very tolerant of as many people's differences as I can be. I'm fine with whatever anyone believes or likes as long as they aren't harming anyone physically or emotionally. It frustrates me that there are so many groups of people that revolve around putting down other groups just for who they are or what they believe. Every single one of us is a human being, and many people spend their life taking away others' value because they just don't agree with them. There are a lot of issues pertaining to the suppression of differences, but for the most part, I'm not a member of those communities. What I am a part of, however, is the LGBTQ+ community. Because of this, I'm a little more aware of issues going on around them. It's been a joy to watch diversity grow and be more popular in media today. And of course, it has likewise been frustrating to hear people complain about its mere inclusion. Common argument is always made about the corruption of children, but children are much more aware than we typically think. I know this, I've been a kid before, most recently than a lot of other people. They have enough intelligence to digest a lot of things, and least of which just being a queer relationship or concept that they see in reality or on TV. The real surprise is that many adults don't. I enjoy letting people make their own decisions and form their own opinions, so it's just frustrating to know that many people raise their children to be full of hate for others. I went to a private Catholic school for 5th and 6th grade. that's not this. I've done a lot of swapping schools since I've grown. Obviously, there was preschool, which was an own building, which, as a fun fact, I went for 3 years, not 2, and started early. Then my next school went from kindergarten to 2nd grade. That's this, Chafee Elementary School. After that, I switched to Clara Barton, which only had 3rd and 4th grade, and everything after that was Oxford Public School, and everyone I knew was going there, not me. The plan from my parents was that a private school would have smaller classes and more teachers that would be able to challenge me more, but it didn't really help. For the next 2 years, I went to Venerini Academy, and it was one of the worst times of my life so far. That's this. Obviously, it's moving to a separate school, so a major difficulty was that I was new and everyone else had grown up in that school. They had been friends since kindergarten. Plus, it being a Catholic school, there were uniforms and a large focus on religion, which I have just never been interested in. I was a strange fish dropped to a small pond of gray that looked exactly like me or like each other. I really felt alone for those 2 years, and after 6th grade, my parents could clearly tell that this school was not helping. We were planning on moving anyways, so we ended up buying a newly renovated house in Sutton, and I went on to that public school. I've been here for 6 years now. It's actually been the longest I've stayed in one school. It's been amazing for as long as I've been here. I was so much bigger than I'd ever been to, and I was able to make a decent amount of friends who share the same interests as me. It really felt like a place where I could be myself and others would accept me anyways. This part brings me to one of the biggest parts of my life, and likely an important part for most of you. In March of 2020, we got 2 weeks off from school. Then those 2 weeks kept evolving into the rest of the school year, and half of the next one online. I'm definitely very introverted, so I wasn't someone who was dying of loneliness during the real heavy sections of the pandemic. It did, however, provide me with a lot of time for introspection and thought. I thought about myself and came to a real understanding about myself. It's a realization that has changed my life for the better and then on. I'm transgender. I was born male, but I identify as female. It's something that I hadn't thought of much before that time, but it just made sense to me. I know a large amount of other trans people that just kind of knew when they were very young, but I just hadn't really thought of it before. My family has always been very open-minded when I was growing up, so I had never really distinguished between things that girls were supposed to like and things that boys were supposed to like. That wouldn't really have mattered anyway, since I generally fell in between the two. The point is that I didn't really think that kind of thing before 2020, but during that summer I really started to. Eventually I really felt sure about myself and told my parents. They're very supportive, as always, and they still do everything they can to help me where I need it. And if it weren't for them, I think I might still feel trapped today. Until I told you now, you probably wouldn't have even known I was trans. It's just how I present myself. I like to dress in baggy sweatshirts and pants, and my interests aren't what you would stereotypically think of as girly. Everyone's different. There can be girls that are into typical boy things, and there can be boys that are likewise into typical girl things. It doesn't mean they might be trans either. They might just like those things. Similarly to how someone can seem like they are a girl and likes girl things, but they might feel differently about themselves on the inside. This is my message to you. Look out for people around you. Make sure that they feel open to you and are allowed to be themselves. Whether they are someone who feels like they don't identify with labels they currently have, or they just haven't felt like anyone enjoys their interests. All I ask is that you let people be unique.
As a child, I could not wait to grow up, and I was just trying to get school over with. Today, I know how valuable this time is and how quickly it has gone by. There are many things I don't even remember from elementary and middle school because of how fast it went by for me. I noticed how many people do not appreciate the things that they have while they have them and only after they lose them. I've learned to appreciate the things I have while I still have them, and I learned this from my grandparents' lives. And I didn't have much time with any of my grandparents, and I wish that I had seen them more often while they were still alive, and especially my grandmother. She taught me that I should protect myself and have discipline, and she was one of the strongest people I knew, and when she was 90, she was acting like she was 30. I did not get to say goodbye to her when she was going to pass away due to COVID restrictions, and I often think about what I would have said to her. Those things made me realize just how quickly you can lose something or someone that is so important to you, and not even be able to say goodbye when you do. The short amount of time that I had with my grandparents showed me how quickly it goes by. There are many different things that I have forgotten about them since they passed away, because of how many years it has been. And school is also a great example of just how fast time can go by, even if you don't enjoy what you're doing. In elementary school, I was very bored, and I could not wait to get to middle school. And then in middle school, I was still bored and could not wait to get to high school. Now that I'm in high school, I still am bored, and I can't wait to graduate, which shows how much I've liked school since attending it. And I know that after I graduate, I'll probably miss high school, and then maybe I would have appreciated the time that I had while learning here at this school. And even though it made me unhappy, I always had people around me to cheer me up. Growing up with my sisters has helped me a lot too. I remember being young and fighting with my sisters every day and thinking both of them were very annoying. Today, I appreciate them for being there whenever I was bored with nothing to do, or whenever we both were bored and wanted to go running around in the woods, and our parents didn't allow us to go out there by ourselves. They've taught me countless things, whether it be how to act or what not to do. The time I spent with them was precious, and I would not trade it for anything else in the world. Other than my sisters, there are other people that I grew up with who have taught me countless things. Growing up with the people from Sutton has been an extremely valuable experience, and the time has gone by so quickly. I remember playing youth sports with some of the people who are my friends today, and I hated it. I disliked every second of practice, and I could not wait to get out of the practices whenever I was there. And even though I hated it, it helped me meet the people I call my friends today, and I value the time that I spent playing these sports. Many of the things I disliked helped me be the person I am now, and were valuable experiences and lessons. All of the time I spent growing up has been very important to me, and I learned that the younger years of a person's life are the most important to their future. The way someone is raised can have a massive impact on the way they view the world, and I am forever thankful for the way my parents raised me. I still remember when my father taught me to be polite and always say thank you, and how my mother taught me to always work hard and always be honest. My parents took care of me when I was sick, helped me when I was struggling, and always made sure I was well fed. They helped set an example of who to be later in life and how to enjoy life to the fullest. And the teachers I had in school throughout the years taught me so many different things and were there to help whenever I needed it. I learned that it is the easiest to learn new concepts when you are younger, which is exactly why time during childhood is so vital to a person's overall life. Without these people in my life, I'm sure it would have been much harder, and I am eternally grateful for them. And each moment in a person's life can be extremely important, and some people just don't know that until after the moment is already over. While I am still young, I would love to travel the world and see the beauty in it, and the time I spent traveling has been unforgettable and has already taught me so much from the little amount I have traveled. Traveling is a great way to meet new people and teach you about other cultures, which are two things I love experiencing. I spent time in Florida with my family and Europe with my friends, and I can confidently say that the time I spent around the world has been amazing, and I've had some of the best moments of my life during those trips. I asked my sister Trinity about her thoughts on this project and advice that she had for future high school graduates, and these are some of the things she said. She talked about how in high school, no one really knew what they were going to do with their life, and what she was going to do was very volatile. At first, she wanted to be a cosmetologist, and then she wanted to be in culinary arts, and then finally, she wanted to become a biologist. While I agree with her that it is always possible to change, I think that she was just trying to find something that she truly likes, and once you find that, the time you spend doing it will be the time you remember for the rest of your life. My sister also said that the assignment sounded awesome, but she didn't understand the question that I was asking her, so she didn't have a solid answer. As useless as her answer was, I appreciate that she took her own time to try and answer it. Time with your family or friends is the time that will be forever cherished in your memories, and I truly believe that the most important aspect of growth is how you spend your time, which is exactly why it is so valuable.
Fly fishing is not the most effective way to catch a fish, but it is the best way. It is called fly fishing because the fisherman or woman imitates a fly or source of food for the fish. The fly can float or sink, and over the years has been developed to imitate any number of things, whether they be tiny flies or mice swimming on the water's surface. What is most unique is the method of casting a fly rod. Most rods are cast by the weight of the lure, but fly rods are cast by transferring energy from the arm to the rod and then the line. The smoother the transfer of energy, the better the cast. I started fly fishing when I was 10 with my dad on a small pond near our house in West Bridgewater. We would catch bass and crappie. He showed me how to cast and set the hook so that I had a chance when fishing for trout on the rivers and streams. My dad is an excellent teacher, but he could only help me so much. He showed me how to do everything perfectly, but I could be shown a million different things done perfectly and still not know how to do any of them. I needed to figure out how to help myself, and I did that by learning how to learn. Learning how to learn is definitely the most important lesson from my fly fishing experience because of its application to everything in my life. I figured this out after a few years of not having a very good fish-to-hours ratio. On a day trip to the Farmington River in Connecticut, where my dad would catch 6 or more fish, I would catch 2. This troubled me, and I spent a lot of time thinking about it. Deciding I must be doing something wrong, I started analyzing my fishing technique. First, I looked at my casting. It needed improvement because even though I knew how I was supposed to cast, I had become thoughtless about it and sloppy. I worked on my casting, and it improved, but my fish-to-hours ratio still was not great. Next, I started looking at the water I was fishing. Reading the water is a major part of fishing for all fishermen, especially in rivers. Fish are lazy and prefer to stay in well-oxygenated water where they are safe from predators and the food will come to them. Instead of just casting my fly out and hoping for the best, I decided to be more precise and cast where I thought the fish should be. I started to fish the seams, bubble lines, and undercut banks that looked promising. My fish-to-hour ratio improved a little bit, but too often I would see a fish look at my fly and then retreat to deeper water despite the fly floating perfectly through the water. Being rejected by a fish is extremely disheartening, and I felt like my soul and body were crushed into a million pieces. The only solution to the problem was to choose better flies. I wondered how to do this when I already scoured the riverbed and searched under rocks and logs to identify aquatic insects that were abundant in the area, fishing nymphs in the morning, dry flies in the evening, and streamers at night or when I didn't know what to do. With no ideas, I could think of nothing else to do other than fish the same body of water every time and learn how to fish it perfectly, but I don't. It occurred to me to change flies frequently. Before, I would choose a fly at the beginning of my trip and most likely use it until I lost it on a log or there was an obvious reason to change flies. Whatever fly I chose, I would cast over the same fish again and again, hoping for a different result. That was insanity and extremely stupid. I've probably spent a majority of my life casting to fish that don't have the least care about me or my fly. When I began changing flies frequently, I got different results. I caught more fish. Last summer, I went to Lopstick Lodge up in New Hampshire in early June with my family. It is a beautiful place, and there are so many waters to fish. I was pleasantly surprised to catch salmon on the upper Connecticut River. What I am most happy about is that I can report that I caught more fish and bigger fish than my dad. Finally, I felt like a competent fly fisherman and could be at peace about my fish-to-hours ratio. By learning how to learn, my work paid off. That being said, I probably should not have been comparing myself to my dad, who has been fly fishing longer than I have been alive. I should have recognized where I was and that it was okay to be there. He already learned how to learn from years of experience in a variety of occupations. When I asked his thoughts on approaching things analytically to ensure progress, he told me about his experience as a carpenter. Different types of wood need to be cut differently, and they cannot all be treated the same. Doing the same thing again and again would not work. Each cut had to be thoughtful and address the task at hand. Approaching tasks with constructive effort does not just apply to fly fishing and carpentry, but most things that require effort require us to change the way we think about things and the ways we do them. This winter, I went skiing twice after giving up in 8th grade. Instead of just going down the mountain and hoping for the best, I focused on controlling my speed and not hitting anybody. I didn't love it, and I'm still terrible, but I could get down the mountain without falling, and that made me happy. If my grades start falling off, I look at what I'm doing and how I can improve so that I don't keep doing what's not working. Approaching tasks analytically can be applied to a host of things from art to sports and anything else that requires work. Starting cross country in 7th grade, I possessed no natural speed, and the possibility of success in the sport in any form was flimsy. Regardless of my dim prospects, I knew the value of perseverance and constructive effort from years of fly fishing. Determined to do well, I ran cross country all the way through high school and deepened my understanding of how progress is made by analyzing my experiences thoughtfully and doing my best not to get caught up in my failures. Doing this, I learned the value of taking care of myself by making time to rest, eat, and sleep. When I took care of myself, I could continue my work with a greater amount of success because I put myself in a physical and mental position where I could be successful. Prior to realizing this, I felt like I was throwing myself against a brick wall again and again with no result, and despite my greatest efforts, my improvement was minimal. At one point, I was even regressing. Applying my new knowledge of progress, I ended my cross-country experience with success and ran a half marathon. Moving forward, I was determined to use my new knowledge to work smarter my senior year. I stopped trying to do everything at once and did everything methodically and in a timely manner. I can confirm that it is a much better way to do things. If you keep doing something that is not working, there is no reason it should start working. Part of learning is learning how to learn, and improvement comes when you learn how to analyze what you're doing and identify what is wrong so that you can do it right. I think by learning this, I set myself up for success, and I know it will be useful in future endeavors, whether they be academic or fishing trips.
Experiences, opportunities, and curiosities are all what make life such a remarkable journey. It is a precious gift that should be cherished and treasured no matter what. Along with the beauty of existence comes seeking happiness, fulfillment, and personal development in oneself. I used to find myself anxiously anticipating the future by overlooking the beauty of richness in my life, in the present. When doing so, I would hold myself back from unlocking my full potential and finding that gratitude I needed. Life is an ongoing journey that won't always be perfect, but by pursuing my passions, exploring the world, and finding joy in the small moments, now those are what truly will make me happy. Embracing the beauty of life, like appreciating the small moments, not only opens my eyes, but also a different side to me. People often say that you don't need to mind the little things. They say you can just brush them off, forget about them, and continue on with life as if they've never happened. But what those people don't know is that those little things do matter. Life is the little things. There are so many things we all get to experience. Turning 18, graduating high school, having hopes and dreams, but simply these are the big things. They don't differentiate me, which makes some people, including myself, once mistakenly defining my life with these milestones. Granted, these milestones are extremely important, but what often gets forgotten are the smaller ones, the things that make us who we are, the things that make those milestones all more special. But most importantly for me, it starts with our house on Lake Winnipesaukee. For those who don't know, Lake Winnipesaukee has much to explore in Laconia, New Hampshire. As a child, this was no doubt my favorite place, with every trip forever holding a place in my heart. I'm not talking about the house itself, but instead the significance that comes along with it. For example, the picture posted here is the beautiful pink and orange sky setting over the lake. It's easy to say that a sky would simply be something so important to me, but looking at it makes me feel free and thankful for the life I have. It allows me to just live in the moment and explore the world, but also show how beautiful life can be. Now it inspired me to love sunsets, capture cute pictures, and even go with friends to just watch the sunset below the horizon. Going up here every summer for years straight leaves behind a memory with me each time, including my favorite ducks to wake up to, learning to fish for the first time, and just sleeping with the noise of the lake splashing up against the windows. Those were the small moments that happened on our trips, but hold a much deeper meaning to me. As fun as it was going to Storyland and the Lost River, running around until it was time to go, don't get me wrong, they do have an impact on my life, but they're easy to remember because they were simply the larger picture. Now the small life experiences, like throwing bread to Mr. and Mrs. Quackers after people told me not to feed the ducks, or casting a rod to catch a small fish for the first time, those are opportunities that shaped my life. Although I no longer continue my journey to New Hampshire, I now spend my summers at Cape Cod. I love going out to different towns and visiting many jewelry stores. Therefore, that is when I became very dependent on Cape Cod jewelry. As I continue navigating life's journey, Cape Cod jewelry has been a tool when enhancing my self-confidence or even self-expression. The right piece of jewelry, like the 3 shiny silver bracelets of mine, instills a sense of empowerment for myself. I've always worn silver jewelry throughout my life when it comes to anything jewelry related. As most of my friends know, the bracelets I wear on my wrist every day are something so special to me. They may not be the biggest gold hoop earrings or the largest necklace, but the value behind them is what makes them a sense of comfort for me. Nowadays, the style of jewelry has evolved and can easily show how unique jewelry can be. Even for the size of my bracelets, to me, it's the memories or even emotions they are filled with that stick with who I am. As my left arm in this picture is around one of my friends, looking closely, the bracelets are on my wrist. I could have easily taken them off before my track meet, but I didn't, nor would I want to. After having one of the worst meets that day, knowing these bracelets were on my wrist, everything was going to be okay. They had been through everything with me, whether that was a good time or a bad time. I call them my lucky charm because no matter the circumstance, I know they were always a part of me. With my experiences of running, going into a little bit more detail, I first started running when I was 12 years old. I never really took it seriously until my freshman year when I joined the cross-country team here. I fell in love quickly, and the team environment is something I will never forget. As much as the team aspect was something I never experienced in middle school, the competitiveness was new for me too. It was not so much the sport for me that was so difficult, but instead the performances at each meet from myself. I always set a goal in my head of the time I wanted to get of the person I had to beat, but when I came to realize how much that was affecting me, everything started to change. Running would always make me see the numbers on the clock as a reflection of myself, and if it wasn't the time I wanted, to me I was not good enough. It was never insecurities or toxic relationships that kept me up at night. It was simply this. I would picture in my head 24/7 why I was not good enough, giving my all at everything and still not getting the time I wanted, or beating the person I had hoped. The constant worries about a place I was trying to get versus where I was almost made me give up. Although sport was impactful in my life, it was those small numbers ticking that made the biggest difference. My coach once told me that I can't be someone else. Instead, appreciate every little aspect that goes into my running journey, not just the end goal of where I place. As time went on, I had to accept that I was me and only me. I was not going to be the best or finish first, but no matter where I placed, if it considered me giving my all, that mattered. I quickly learned to accept that, and it became the biggest change for me as my mindset went from these negative thoughts to positivity all around. I no longer was twisting and turning at night and came home after practice with a smile on my face, the one that was missing for weeks. In the end, I no longer saw those little numbers as a reflection of myself, but instead as an impact on my life for the better. I grew as a person, matured, and most importantly, I did not give up. There's a lot more I could talk about when it comes down to the little things shaping who I am. Each one has its own way of impacting my life and revealing why I'm so appreciative of everything that has happened. Since small moments like these are what helped shape my life, I wanted a different perspective. Therefore, I asked my neighbor what she thought about the idea of what I was demonstrating. Out of our conversation, the statement that stuck with me the most was how little things can inspire us or even be underestimated. The simplest act of kindness, like giving someone a cookie on a bad day, like someone did to me, can really go a long way and connect to making a difference. In life, there will be obstacles, and it won't always be butterflies and rainbows, but it takes a strong person to overcome those obstacles and view them as a lesson instead of a curse. No matter how hard life gets or feels like it is slowly crashing down, remember the little things that can easily put a smile on your face. They are very important even if you don't realize it. After standing up here today, talking about me, I want everyone here to look at life as a story, and each little moment is a chapter adding to your story. Always be kind and appreciative and enjoy everything, because no matter the size of something, there is always an important impact in one's life. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
I heard once that life is like a marathon, and we are all the runners. Since you're always running forward, there's a constant need to look ahead and watch the people in front of you that are further in life or more accomplished than yourself. There's often this comparison, where you may think about what a person owns or has achieved that you haven't. But if you were to stop for a minute to look behind you, you'd be able to see all the people that are running, looking at you, wishing they could be where you are now, just like you've been doing to the people in front of you. With this mindset, you should look behind yourself to see how far you've come, rather than looking at how much further you have to go. If life is a marathon, you can imagine what the finish line is. Maybe not as exciting to reach as the end of an actual marathon. Generally, there can be two reactions to this. One, it can make you think that life is relatively meaningless if we're all just headed towards that ending. I used to have this mindset, where most of the time I was looking into the future, thinking, when I'm 20, 30, 50, where will I be? But slowly, over the course of my senior year, I've realized that I should stop worrying about my future so much and just go for it, whatever it might be, without having to think about those consequences that I've created in my mind. This led me to number 2. The best thing you can do is what you want, because, well, I could die tomorrow, so I might as well live for today. I talked to my grandma about the importance of doing what you love, and she told me that she is able to look back on her life and have no regrets because of always enjoying the moment, even if in the future everything changes. She linked this to how she believes that everything happens for a reason. So even if things don't turn out perfectly, it's okay because it'll work out in the end, leading to something even better. Like a little kid who's able to focus on the moment and not think about the possible consequences of the future, we should also focus more on our current lives and doing what we love. Living for today. That phrase is something that I remind myself of constantly. I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to just about everything. Sometimes it's better to just go with my gut. So what if I end up not liking the choice I made? There are always other options. I've struggled immensely with picking which college I'm going to study at in the fall of this year. I got into a school that I loved when I first stepped on campus, but there are possible drawbacks, as there are with any school. It's expensive, I'd be far from home, and possibly very isolated from everything I know. I'm terrified of choosing the wrong school and hating it when I thought I would love it. But if there's one thing I've begun to realize, it is that it might just be better to just try. How could I possibly know how I feel about the whole experience if I don't end up going there in the first place? If I do hate it, well, like my mom would always tell me when trying new foods, at least now you don't know. Now you know you don't like it. You would have never known if you didn't try. My dad's sister and I used to go to this ice cream place we liked to call Squirrels and Scoops. Whenever we went at the beginning of the summer, I got what I always get at an ice cream shop: chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. But I always had a hard time choosing what I would get for fear of regretting my choice. I'd debate back and forth until eventually I'd always land back in my order of chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. This one time, I decided I was going to take a chance and try something new. A flurry of vanilla soft serve with M&Ms mixed in. Not crazy, but I thought I might regret it, and I was nervous about switching things up. I did it, and it became one of my new favorite choices every time we went for the rest of the summer. Just that small choice helped me see how decisions aren't the end of the world. And even better, I found something I love out of it. In the marathon we call life, if you simply stick with what you know all the time and never branch out to try something new, then it is very possible that you could be stuck with something you don't enjoy anymore, and you could get sick of it. When I was younger, I was a very picky eater. I would look at something and decide if I liked it or not just by looking at it. As I mentioned earlier, my mom would always tell me, "You'll never know if you don't try it." So eventually, I would try the food. And lo and behold, it would become my new favorite meal. My mom's favorite example of this was when I tried kielbasa for the first time. I was convinced I would hate it. I did not want to try it at all. Eventually, my parents convinced me to take a bite. And the rest is history. It's still a part of one of my favorite meals today, a good kielbasa with homemade mac and cheese dinner. The habit of looking at a food and deciding solely based on looks that it is the worst thing in the world is a habit I'm still trying to break. When it comes to bigger choices, it can be a bit harder to take the step, rather than simply taking a bite. I think we can all agree that every one of us can try to get a little bit better at trying new things. Whether it is scary because we aren't sure it's the right choice, or because we're sticking to what we know, or even because we think we won't like the outcome. It is possible to overcome the fear and still succeed. With my life at a crossroads, it feels imperative that the road I pick is the right road. It seems like the choice I make at a whopping 17, freshly 18 years old, will dictate the rest of my life, and there's nothing I can do about it. I know deep down there's always room for change. I mean, simply look at all my aspirations I've had in my life. When I was 5, I was sure I'd become the first female president of the United States. When I was 7, I was going to become a professional dancer. When I was 10, my dream was to be a veterinarian. And when I was 12, I was sure I'd become a professional singer or actor. Now, at 18, I want to pursue a career in neuroscience. Who knows if that will stay the same in 3 years, or 5 years, or even 10 years. But I know that whatever happens, whatever road I pick, as long as I'm doing something I love, running my own race, and not comparing it with anyone else, then, once I cross that finish line, I will not look back with regret, and rather with pride, that I put my full self into everything I did. Thank you.
My name is Abrielle Choma, and my speech circles around the quote, "Do what you love." When we choose to follow our hearts and do what we love, life takes a new vibrancy. This philosophy isn't just about chasing brief moments of bliss. It's about deeply connecting with our work and interests, allowing them to fuel our growth and happiness. By doing what we love, we transform every challenge into an opportunity for innovation and every success into a celebration of our true selves. Finding this balance is what makes life so difficult yet enjoyable. I've participated in sports for the majority of my life. I've done everything from karate to soccer. Finding a sport I love took quite some time. During my elementary years, my older cousins participated in track and field. Being a few years younger, I naturally wanted to do everything they wanted to do. My cousins were a huge part of my life growing up. They lived with me for several years and are now my neighbors. There was nothing I wanted more than to be just like them. So my eyes were set on track and field, but track at Sutton wasn't available until the 7th grade, so I waited. I vividly remember my first day. It was cold and drizzling. It was actually pretty miserable, but I ended up sticking with it. All the new athletes had to participate in an exploratory of sorts, where you go around and try all the different field events. I had my heart set on the long jump, so that was my first stop on the list. It only took me a few jumps to realize that leaping into a sandbox wasn't my strong suit. So I was then ushered to the next stop on the list, the shot put circle, which I was certain I would hate. What's exciting about throwing a solid metal ball just to see how far it goes? It sounded pretty dumb, but I tried it anyway, despite my prior thoughts. I remember being terrified of the high schoolers as they watched me enter the circle. To my surprise, the throw wasn't bad. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad, especially for a 7th grader. That middle school season was one of the best by far. It truly showed me all that track had to offer. I loved the team and spending time with my friends, and even qualified for states and placed 6th in the shot put. I still to this day have the sweatshirt that I bought for much more than it was worth. That moment was definitely a turning point for my love for this sport. My 8th grade season was hard. Here at Sutton, 8th graders are allowed to participate in the high school's track and field program, and I did, while also forcing one of my best friends to suffer through it with me. Here I wasn't allowed to compete with the middle school weight, so I went from 6 pounds to almost 9, competing against people much older than me. And for a 13-year-old girl, I wasn't too happy about that. But I tried my best and didn't do as bad as I initially had thought. The thing I was most excited about was getting back on the middle school outdoor team and dominating. Going from 9 pounds to 6 would have me winning states easily, so I thought. COVID came and went, destroying my chances at victory, along with my much more enjoyable with friends and family, I pushed it off thinking it was because I was in a summertime mentality. Throughout the fall, my constant excuse was that I had homework or I was just too busy with volleyball, which was true to an extent. I did enjoy volleyball, but to me, it was more of a social event. With volleyball ending, I was very excited for track to begin. Being a junior in my mind meant that I was stronger than I ever was before. But when I came to practice on that first day, I was disappointed to say the least. Due to my lack of determination to the sport over the summer and through fall, this caused my initial decline. My previous coach had retired after my sophomore year. He seemed to be the glue of the team and drove me to always do my best. He was a huge contributor to my successes and was an overall amazing leader. The marks at meets were starting to show how much energy I put into practice. The energy was low, so were my measurements. This was painful, going from winning every dual meet to coming in 2nd or 3rd place. I know that doesn't sound bad, but to me it was very disappointing. I started to hate it. Going to practice became a chore, so I began to skip. This created conflicts between me and my teammates, along with my coaches and I. Realizing you now hate something you once loved was very hard for me to come to terms with. It took me all of my junior year to truly realize that track was the source of my unhappiness. Going from loving what you do and having it be such a driving factor to now hating it was very difficult for me to understand. One major thing that really stuck with me that someone told me was that high school is almost over and a new chapter of my life was approaching, and that it was okay to leave this part of my life behind, especially when it made me so unhappy. During last summer, I started to travel more and accept the fact that I liked other things. One in which was that I loved having time for myself and doing the things that I enjoyed. I spent the summer by the lake and pool and traveling up to Vermont. I did still plan on doing track when the time came around, and the time did come. I signed up and participated for a solid 3 weeks, then quit. The season this year, compared to last, was 10 times worse. I felt a disconnect from all aspects, including my teammates and the sport itself, along with our new coaches. Moving on from this was hard, and I was both embarrassed and glad I no longer had to go. I contemplated finishing the season, but came to the decision that to me, it wasn't worth it. Along with this school year, so far, has felt very carefree. I'm able to make the time for the things that actually matter to me. I've gone on numerous ski trips and snowmobiling trips, along with spending time with my family and even having time for a job. I've never had such a free schedule, and nothing makes me happier than the choices that I had made. Going from loving one thing to hating it was very difficult for me, but it's given me the opportunity to fall in love with so much more. Those things make me happier than I ever could have imagined. Thank you.
Life is full of lessons that teach us important things and show us what truly matters. These lessons come from experiences we go through every day, whether they're happy moments or tough challenges. I believe that in every experience we undergo in our lives, there's always a lesson or value to be found, some of which we often utilize throughout the rest of our lives. When my grandfather passed away in 2015, my fourth grade self's life was overturned. Up until then, I had taken everything for granted. But it's hard not to, isn't it? When you're used to having something all your life, it's hard to imagine your life without it. Yet that's exactly what had happened. My grandfather had been my role model, someone I idolized and always looked up to. He took care of me when my parents were working and played games with me whenever I asked, always buying green army soldiers or other toys from the dollar store. Until then, I hadn't really experienced the familial loss of someone I was close with. Most of my other relatives who had died, I hadn't really known well or even met before. So when my grandfather, someone who had been with me my entire life and even lived in the same house as me, died, it hit me, and it hit hard. Losing him made me realize how short life truly is. I shouldn't take anything for granted. Rather, I should cherish the time I have with my family, loved ones, and the people around me. Of course, though, we've all been hit hard by some event in our lives, namely COVID-19. In a matter of weeks, even days, the entire world was flipped upside down. With the pandemic came a tidal wave of panic, of fights for hand sanitizer and disinfectants, of changes in school curriculums and workplaces, and of course, changes in loss. With over 700 million cases, 7 million deaths worldwide, a seventh of which was in the US alone, people experienced varying degrees of loss and sorrow as a majority of the population plunged into depression. However, we learned to adapt. Schools became remote, corporations let employees work from home, vaccines were created, and companies like Instacart and DoorDash were utilized more than ever before to limit contact between people. The pandemic taught us some tough lessons about resilience and adaptability. We learned that life can change in an instant, and we need to be ready to adjust to new challenges at any moment. It also showed us the importance of coming together as a community to support each other through difficult times. But there's also a lot of good things going on in the world as well. In my junior year of high school, I was honored to be the recipient of the Rensselaer Medal Award given to a student excelling in mathematics and science. At first, I tried to brush it off, but the more I thought about it, the more it occurred to me that this is a sign of accomplishment, a tangible representation of my achievements, academic or otherwise, and work. It's something I should be proud of, and I am. Even when I was younger, awards were used to celebrate accomplishments. The carnival set up on school grounds to celebrate us fifth graders graduating to middle school, being accepted into the National Honor Society, getting a promotion or a raise in a job. We experience awards throughout our lives, and they are something to be proud of and commemorate. Being rewarded for something teaches us the importance of hard work and dedication. It shows that when we put in effort and strive to achieve our goals, our work can pay off as we become successful. Awards also encourage us to keep pushing ourselves and set new challenges as we strive for success. Some awards or events, though, are not always going to work out. In fifth grade, we lost out on the Red Man suit, and in eighth grade, our promised Washington, D.C. trip, something we had all been looking forward to for the entire school year, was canceled due to COVID. Washington was supposed to be the highlight of our year, and in an instant, it was gone because of unforeseen circumstances. But that's just a small part of our bigger journey. What's important is learning to be flexible and resilient in the face of unexpected changes and to find new ways to make the best of the situation. Over my time here in high school, I've had 2 jobs. From them, I've learned that different jobs can give you different skills and prowess. My first job was during the pandemic as a teacher's assistant in the Sutton Center next door, where I worked with preschoolers with autism. For a few hours every week, I'd play with them, clean toys, made sure they ate snacks, and helped them get ready to get on their respective buses home. While I hadn't particularly thought about it back then, looking back, this job, albeit short, taught me a lot of things. I learned how to take care of young kids and how to be responsible for them. As their caretaker of sorts, I was responsible for their safety and making sure they didn't eat anything they were allergic to, and in making sure to prevent the spread of any sickness as much as possible by disinfecting chairs, toys, etc. My second job, which I still have, takes place in the Westboro Chick-fil-A. It taught me to adapt to different situations by reinforcing my multitasking skills. But above all else, it showed me the consequences of procrastination, a trait that I've struggled with for most of my life. Here at school, I almost always used to procrastinate on an assignment until a few hours before the deadline, when I'd crank it all out and submit it online minutes before it was due. Now, while I knew this was a bad habit, it also occurred to me that as long as I didn't do a bad job on the assignment, I'd get a good grade and all would be well, and I'd get away scot-free. But at work, there was no screen to hide behind if I messed up, no free time to crank stuff out. If I didn't stock up on cups or ice or ketchup, whenever there was a lull in people, I'd always pay dearly for it whenever rush hour came and suddenly I didn't have enough materials left to make people's drinks or food. After an event similar to what I just described occurred, I quickly realized the issues of procrastination. I have since been improving on it, although I do find myself procrastinating every once in a while. I can confidently say that had I not seen the repercussions of my dilly-dallying, my procrastination would have most definitely continued to worsen, and it may very well have been a trait that I'd end up carrying into college in my future. Like paying bills, the consequences of which would be far more severe than what might happen at schools or at work. It's worth noting that each and every person's life is different from others, and so we each undergo different experiences in our lives. Yet what's fascinating is that these events, albeit differently for everyone, teach us the same lessons throughout. For example, someone I spoke to recently reflected on a time when he was writing college essays, and he always found himself staring at his screen mindlessly rather than actually typing the essay out. As a result, he eventually learned that when he's hit a brick wall in his studies or work, it's best for him to just take a step back, relax his mind for a minute, and then approach the problem again, rather than continually struggling on the assignment without making any progress. I also personally learned this exact lesson, but I learned it through doing a school project, not a college essay. These lessons and skills I've acquired from my past I will continue to use in the future, be it in a college, in a job, when it comes to paying bills and rent, or when I go through any other complexities of life. Each experience, whether triumph or setback, has equipped me with the resilience, adaptability, and determination necessary to thrive in any circumstance. With every obstacle overcome and every lesson learned, I am better prepared to tackle the challenges that lay ahead. An English teacher once said that the key to establishing a book as a great book is being able to flip to any page and find a life lesson within. If we imagine each of our lives as that book, then the pages represent our individual experiences and the lessons enclosed within them. As I step into the next chapter of my journey, I am confident in my ability to face challenges head-on, embrace opportunities for growth, and ultimately carve out a path that reflects both my aspirations and the values instilled with me through my past experiences. Just as each page of a book contributes to the overall story, each experience in my life contributes to the person that I am and the person that I am becoming. Thank you.
It's hard to believe that just a few weeks ago, I became an adult. Each year of life has given me new friends, experiences, and information, each new thing being a mold that shapes me and makes me who I am. The time of my childhood has gone by so fast and faster than I thought it would have, but I'd already been warned. You know how your grandparents say, "You grew up so fast," or "Enjoy being young while you can." I'd always laugh and brush it off, disregarding their words. I wish I'd listened to them and really lived presently more in my childhood days, especially with my grandparents, because while we're only here for a portion of their lives, they exist through our entirety. So reminder, make sure to call your grandparents or your family members when you can. Although I can't change the past, I can go into the future by living in the moment and being present in each second there is. Life is a gift as much as it is a burden to question our existence, and that is something that we as humans have the privilege of experiencing. While I am now an adult, I know little about the upcoming chapters ahead of me, yet there was one thing that I learned. If I didn't meet certain people, join certain sports, or take certain classes, my life would be altered beyond me even knowing. Today, I hope to share with you the bits and pieces that I've learned about myself through sports and life itself from my time here, and hopefully instill some knowledge about the realizations I have made from my 18 years of living. I remember a few years ago when I was about 15, which sounds like a crazy thing to say, I was so set on getting a nose piercing. My parents said, absolutely not, and I could not wait until I turned 18 to get it myself. I would try and convince them with slideshows that looked something like this, and they did not work out, but I tried. And since I've turned 18, I haven't really been in a rush to get a new piercing or change my appearance or any of the other 18 plus perks. I honestly think that when I was 15, I was more focused on turning 18 just for the status because it was naturally the next phase of life. And I still continue to do this. I've been having the worst case of senioritis that even affected the very writing of the speech. Sorry, Mr. Wandyes. My mind is set on college as it feels so close but so far away. Yet I know that there are so many great memories to make with my high school friends. There's still internships, prom, graduation, and the summer before we go separate ways. I have to remind myself of these things because I tend to forget there is so much greatness in the near future rather than the big picture ahead. This aspect of being present is so important in just everyday life. I'm very passionate about the idea of living in the moment. I even wrote my college essay on it, but to be honest, I'm kind of a fraud. I try my hardest to be present and not dwell on the past or future, but honestly, it's really hard sometimes. I believe if we work harder, though, to focus on being in the moment and acknowledge that it's something we want to improve on, you're already 2 steps ahead of reaching that goal of growth, because growth is not linear. We live in a world where instant gratification is granted and difficult to escape. Technology gives us this, and while being able to text my friends are great, nothing compares to laughing with them in person and seeing their faces. Time is a thief in which we have no control over, so showing the people you care and how much you care is vital. Be personable and kind, be out there, and don't be afraid to be cringy or too much. By putting all this effort into those you love, you'll attract the right crowd, keep the right people, and eliminate those from your circle who don't resonate with you. I also think now more than ever, it's important to prioritize our current time together because of life after high school. Coming from such a small school with best friends since pre-K to going to a foreign experience with no guidance of these people is scary, and I know all it takes is time and we'll adjust. With time also comes that delayed gratification that is so needed. I believe sports are a great example of delayed gratification. I'd train 5 to 6 days a week for a few moments where your progress is all worth it. I'd hit that turn or make that pass, and I'd realize that all the time, money, and energy that I put into this part of my life paid off. Sports are a pure example of living in the moment because you must act the second you interact with the ball or a person to make something happen. And I learned that through several sports I pursued and continue to pursue. My parents put me into dancing at age 4, and I continued being a company and competitive dancer for the past 15, almost, years. Dancing has been one of the biggest parts of my life. It's what I'm most passionate about, and the people that I love share that passion with, as well as it's a fun way to move my body and exercise. The most common excuse I've ever used is, sorry, I have danced, because I was at the studio so often. I think part of the reason I enjoy it so much is that me and my best friends get to create something beautiful together. And it all depends on how much emotion I give and how much effort I exert. Sure, the trophies, winning titles, and awards were fun too, but those wouldn't be granted without the hard work we display. I was responsible for me and my team's success each time, depending on how I chose to act in that given performance. The same could be said about basketball, soccer, field hockey, and volleyball, which were sports I played during my childhood and high school career. They are fast-paced sports, which caused me to make quick decisions. Some sports were really just for giggles, bench riding, and social hours, which, well, some were more serious. Yet I still benefited from participating in them all. As someone who struggles with anxiety and overthinking, I 100% stress seconds before performing or playing a sport. But in the actual moment, my nerves disappear and the negative thoughts fade. And it's kind of weird. I wish I could turn anxious thoughts off whenever I wanted, but unfortunately that's just not how it works. So it really is a breath of fresh air when I'm just here doing something I love, even though it may be 2 minutes, that's dance time, or a quarter or set of a game. Team sports are just one example of being actively present, but it can vary for each person. For me, being involved in different teams gives me a sense of community. I have been able to explore my passions, stay active, and make forever friends. While I'm much more than just my sports, they've all given me traits that are a big chunk of who I am. Putting time into things or people that you love and giving them your full attention can actually change your life. It'll make you happier, which means you're producing more serotonin, which will produce melatonin, which is responsible for sleep. So basically, you'll be fulfilled and get your full 8 hours of sleep, and everything works out. The way we spend our time and make decisions in the moment will combine over time to create our future, so make sure that time is well invested. I'll end on some wise words from my interviewee, shout out Mom, was that life comes at you and you just have to accept it. It's not always easy, but how we react to life's events is the most important thing that we can do. Thank you.
When I was asked to give a presentation on a topic that I believed in, I was immediately puzzled. I was stuck between multiple life experiences and events that I had to choose from. And it was not until I realized what all of my experiences meant before I stumbled upon what my topic was going to be. I had realized if it wasn't for the experience I went through, I would not have the knowledge that I do today. Throughout all of your experiences, you gain knowledge. And if experience is knowledge, aim to be ingenious and explore the world. When I go back and reflect on my life in middle school, I often regretted not getting out of the house more. There were only a few things that I believe I truly had passion for at the time, and those things were my Boy Scout troop and my Xbox. At that age, I was never interested in trying new things or putting any unnecessary effort into my other hobbies because I wanted to do what I loved. Not much changed moving into my first year of high school. I didn't branch out much and kept my hobbies minimal. Things stayed the same until I had 3 surgeries that would change the way I wanted to live my life. These surgeries gave me a lot of time to myself at home, and I would say I used that time wisely. I used much of my time reflecting on my past and some of the things I missed out on, purely because I was uninterested. I had realized that I wanted to make a change and become a more ambitious person. Reflecting on my past experiences gave me the knowledge to understand who I was and who I wanted to be, so I could make a change in my life and explore all of the possibilities that life has to offer. This change happened fast, and as soon as I was cleared, I immediately started to get more involved with my school and my life around me. I ran indoor and outdoor track, joined the esports team, and started making more friends both inside and outside of school. My life took a turn for the better, and I began to become more knowledgeable day by day. I was not only learning about myself either. I learned from my peers about their interests and even made some of them my own. I realized I was learning things every day, and I put myself in new situations. The more I learned, the stronger I came, and I became a better version of myself. In my 17 years of living, I have experienced many instances, both small and large, that have impacted my life. But to this day, nothing has taught me more than my passion for soccer and my drive to be a soccer player. Junior year, I joined the soccer team with little skill in the hopes of making varsity. Luckily for me, the coach offered me a spot. And thanks to that spot and the help of some really great friends, I found my love for soccer that year. This was a love I've never felt for any of my other activities, and I knew I was going to devote myself after the season came to an end. Whenever I had the chance, I would head to the soccer field and get some training done before the summer hit. And by the end of that school year, I had dragged one of my best friends along to be my personal coach. Every day during the summer, I was on the ball trying to be the best player I could before the fall season started. My goal for that year was to be a part of the team, specifically a goal scorer. Although that was what I wished for, that was not part of my story. But I could have been happier playing for the sport I loved every day with the team I wish I had more time with. Our season did not come to the brightest end, but I cannot help looking back with joy for the time I had being a Sammy soccer player. Playing for the team in the time building up to the season taught me many things about myself that I didn't know existed. I gained determination, hard work, and perseverance that I had no clue I was capable of having. One thing I learned for sure was that jumping into new experiences isn't always easy. Before every game I had, nerves would almost stop me in my tracks, but without experiencing them, how will you ever learn to overcome them? I recall a day in early January of my junior year when I was hanging out with my friends Kingston and Matt almost 1 week before I would try out for my club soccer team. I expressed my feelings of nervousness, and I was worried that I would not fit in with the team. But before I could ramble off more of my worries, I was stopped abruptly by Kingston. "Tom, you need to figure it out." If there was one thing I learned from any of my experiences with my friends, is that they know how to bring you back down to earth when you need it most. Matt built on what Kingston had to say. You won't have any idea until you try. Just go do it and stop worrying about it. My friends taught me a very important lesson that day. I needed to face my fears and not let myself back down from any challenge in front of me, no matter how difficult that challenge may be. Every experience has an outcome. Whether the experience is good or bad, it does not matter. There is always a lesson to be learned in the end. Each lesson we learn helps us gain knowledge. With every bit of knowledge, we become one step closer to being that genius mentioned before. Many people would consider someone who is very intelligent to be a genius, but aiming to be a genius in this case is not about being smart. In this case, being a genius is about exploring your life and experiencing what the world has to offer for you. Even though I speak as if I've experienced the world, I definitely do not consider myself a genius. I hope to have many more years to experience my life and put myself out there with the hopes of a fulfilling journey. Take the leap of faith, explore your passions, and try new things, because even if things don't go as planned, you will always have the lessons you gained from your experiences. So take the moment to reflect after everything you do, teach yourself something you didn't already know, and maybe someday we can all be geniuses. Thank you.
The purpose of life is not to be happy. It is to be useful, to be honorable, to be compassionate, to have it make some difference that you lived and lived well. This is a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson. As a kid, most people look forward to growing up and becoming an adult. And what is there not to look forward to? As you grow up, your freedom is boundless. Now, we're seniors in high school, moving on to the next step in life. The next step in life is not a given for anyone. It's a huge decision. For me, that next step is college. It varies from person to person. No one's next step is the same. If it's the same, you most likely have different goals in mind. It may be the trades or a gap year to discover more about your personal goals. The start of my high school career was very abnormal. I chose to go to BVT to kick off my freshman year of high school. One of my biggest reasons for going to BVT was the opportunity to learn new things. I always liked taking up new hobbies, and if I was interested and wanted to learn something, I would do my research and find out if it was something I'd like to do. Some of my many hobbies I enjoyed and still do include photography, graphic design, entrepreneurship, stained glass, building websites, and building computers. If it didn't pique my interest, then I wouldn't continue pursuing it, like collecting, rock polishing, and playing the keyboard. When I arrived at BVT, the class size was intimidating, having come from a small school. But I quickly found a great group of friends to hang out with. I knew exactly what I wanted to do while I was there. I knew exactly what I wanted to study. When I got into my shop, I was disappointed that we were learning outdated skills, like the science behind the shapes of letters in newspapers, which was irrelevant to what I deemed worthy of helping me in the future. I ended up sticking with it for as long as I could bear it, knowing if I wanted change, the only options were to switch shops and stay at BVT or go back to Sutton. It was a tough decision because I had grown close with the friends that I had made there. In the end, I ended up transferring back to Sutton. Coming back to Sutton during my sophomore year was the best decision I could have made at the time. I already had friends, I already knew the layout of the school, and I could finish off the rest of my year as strong as I had started. After wrapping up my sophomore year here, I figured I'd be capable of so much more if I had more time to myself, to learn more about what I was interested in. So for my junior year of high school, I homeschooled, to give myself more time to explore my gifts and talents. That year, I got a job at Tony's, started reselling to fund my hobbies, and I ended up being very successful with it. I was able to build an expensive computer, but as smoothly as things were going, there were also negative implications to being homeschooled. I was prone to procrastination, and I had to be very self-motivated to get things done. Although I had all the time in the world to master the things I loved and go wherever I wanted, it was at the expense of friendships, and my sense of passion diminished. Despite having so much time on my hands and wonderful parents to help guide me, I felt lost and purposeless. I needed to seriously reflect on everything that I'd been up to for the past 3 years in high school. They had felt like the most confusing, useful, useless 3 years of my existence. I figured out so much about what I loved to do and what I hated, but never what I needed to do or what a proper future should look like. My senior year has been nothing short of a great year for me. I've been able to step out of a place of worry and onto a path of right standing with hope for a bright future. I was able to adjust my purpose based on my early high school experience. Learning from past experiences allowed me to realign and manage my life accordingly. Being a part of a team of strong-minded individuals taught me the importance of showing up and supporting the cause, even when you're down for the count. All the time I spent failing has taught me that I'll never get things right if I don't learn from my mistakes and try again. Breaking my arm on a green trail the second time snowboarding, to being able to land a backside 180, from the missed opportunities to tell my closest friends and family how much they mean to me, to cherishing every last moment I'll get to spend with them, even if that moment has already passed. Having a close-knit family that has always been there for me during my toughest times has been one of my most influential experiences throughout life, teaching me the importance of spending time with one another, sharing ideas, listening, loving, and obeying. These are just few of the many times I was able to learn and grow by recognizing things I needed to improve upon. As I prepare for college, having reflected on my purpose in life, or my life experiences, specifically the highs and lows of my high school journey, from the challenges of COVID, to making good friends, to having to say goodbye to them, to exploring my likes and dislikes, choosing a lackluster shot, then finding my way again. I believe that everyone's experiences help shape their path to discovering what their purpose is in life is. Without realizing it, my entire high school journey was preparing me for a life of purpose. All that was required for me was to understand this was a deep reflection on my experiences. One of the greatest things I've learned throughout my experiences is not to fear mistake or new challenges. Embrace them. They are there to help you learn and grow, providing you with a clearer purpose. Although I'm young and haven't experienced much yet, my experiences have helped me prepare for succeeding and failing. One key factor for finding purpose is determining your gifts and strengths. The best way to determine your gifts and strengths is through experiencing trial and error. The more things you try at, and especially the more things you fail at, the more you'll grow and be shaped into a person with passion and purpose. At least this is what I believe to be true. Thank you.
When I picture determination, I see an inner fire within someone. A fire that ignites you to push through challenges and obstacles. It is that spirit that keeps people focused on their goals, no matter how tough things may get. Persistence and the refusal to give up makes things come true. From a young age, I have always been determined, and I have carried that trait with me through later years. The main reason determination is instilled within me is because of my childhood battle with leukemia. I have gained a unique lens that I believe is a direct result of my struggles, a lens that allows me to feel the empathy I do for others, that reminds me how important the relationships in life are, and that drives my desire to give back and strive towards all my goals because nothing is ever a guarantee. Having cancer sharpened my focus and helped me pave the road to my purpose, pursuing the things I want in life. I've learned to advocate for myself throughout the years and completely endure challenges that come with my life. My determination stems from this hardship, and I believe that my current purpose continues to be determination. With my background, I have always worked to involve my battle into other factors of my life for the greater good. Right now, one of the main focuses I have is a dedication to the LSS Society. LSS is the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Each year, LSS chooses somebody to be a leader of their Visionary of the Year fundraising campaign. This year, I am honored to be selected to join Team AVA. This opportunity not only allows me to pursue my goals of giving back, but it offers a unique opportunity to see this battle from a different perspective, a perspective that allows me to be a mentor to a younger fighter who I thoroughly enjoy spending time with. Ava Blazis is a part of our community and she attends Sutton Elementary School. She is currently battling leukemia. I was recently introduced to her this year by our school system because of my background. Since then, I have been a mentor to her. Being a mentor to her has also become another factor in my determination in life. When I was little, going through the same thing Ava was, I had questions and I felt like I didn't fit in. I did not have a normal childhood. Being there for Ava is even more important because of these thoughts that I had. I would have loved to have this sort of mentor figure who had the same experience as me and how life can be turned positive out of such a terrible situation. Having a girls' day, hosting fundraisers at volleyball games during my past season, and just spending time with her in general. Because of my relationship with cancer and closeness with Ava, I am determined to raise as much money I can for LSS during this competition, all for the purpose of cancer research. Our team goal is to raise $105,000, which will go directly to LSS in support of their long-standing goal, a world without blood cancers. If we raise this money by the deadline, we can connect our team name, which is AVA, to an LSS-funded research portfolio to honor our efforts to help people with blood cancers. This foundation may not have helped my treatment go quicker, and it will not help AVA's go quicker, but it could help the families and people in future generations who battle cancer, and that's an amazing thought to have. Along with supporting AVA and the LSS, I have found another way to display my determination while also involving my background with Detect Together. This is the company I will be doing my internship with next month, which also ties into my backstory. Detect Together is an organization that focuses on teaching people how to recognize the early warning signs of cancer. They are largely focused on education and empowering individuals to listen to their bodies and speak up when something feels off. Their whole vibe is about catching cancer early when it's most treatable, which can be a total game changer. They do a lot of work with communities, sharing resources and knowledge so everybody has a fighting chance. I will get the chance to advertise and market for their company. The opportunity to work with the advertising and communication sector of this company and truly learn adds to the determination I feel within. An internship before college is like a sneak peek into the real world. You're taking initiative early on. When you dive into an internship, you're pushing your boundaries, stepping outside the comfort zone of school life, and testing the waters of a professional setting. It requires you to be proactive, resilient, and eager to learn. It will help me build a foundation for a career piece by piece before a college journey even begins, which I am very grateful for. Beyond this internship lies the future. I would say the biggest factor of determination I've had this year is applying to and getting accepted to colleges. As a senior in high school, the idea of college can bring a whole new level of persistence. It's a time where you start envisioning your future and thinking about a level of higher education. The anticipation of stepping into a new chapter of life, pursuing your passions, and gaining independence fueled my dedication at the beginning of this year to work hard, achieve good grades, and prepare for college applications. My determination for a future led me to start thinking about college and completing things early. With this excitement, I also quickly became anxious. So as a result, this past summer I spent my time doing research and preparing. The desire to make the most out of my opportunities and secure a bright future is definitely a powerful motivator during senior year. Now, with the acceptances that I have, the determination for application carries on to choosing the right college and finding a roommate that is similar to me and that I will get along with. Although I am ready to take a step into the next chapter after interviewing my sister about her similar determination during high school involving college, she told me, "During high school, I was over the top about getting things done and always the next thing and just being done with high school in general. One thing I can say now is that you have to cherish your days in high school because one day you will want to go back to them." Another motivator involving college is money. Knowing me, I spent my paycheck very fast in high school. I thought to myself, imagine college, when I will not be able to eat my mom's homemade meals, and I will definitely need to buy more clothes before going into college. So my thought process changed to making as much money as I can before entering the college world. Although I have been working at a bakery for almost 3 years, I have added an additional job of babysitting during the week to earn extra cash. So now I will be able to budget and spend on things in college and before college. In all seriousness, making a lot of money before college can have such a positive impact on your success. It helps develop important skills like time management, responsibility, and organization, which are crucial for college life in my opinion. Having more money when I go to college will also lower my stress levels. While money isn't everything, the lessons of balance, work, and enjoyment will have been a great base for what is to come. Determination is like an inner compass that has guided me and continues to guide me through life's storms. Without determination, every setback is a setup for a comeback, and every failure is just another stepping stone to success. It has shown me to embrace my struggles and create them into drive. Thank you for listening.
Could you imagine what your life would be like, or how different it would be if you didn't have anyone there for you? Absolutely no one. Not a single person to turn to talk to. It's beyond stressful to even think about to me. Growing up, I'm the youngest of 5, so I've always been surrounded by my family. And I learned an incredible amount from them. I learned their tips and tricks of how to get by in high school life. And I learned even more from all the old tests that they kept. I fully believe that I will be a completely different person than who I am if I did not have my family always there for me. But what exactly is family? Sure, if you look it up, family is a grandma, a grandpa, mom, dad, sister, and brother. But I believe that my family's bigger than that. My look on family has changed growing up. If you were to ask me what family was in first grade, I would have given the same answer as Google. But getting older and being in high school now, I know that my family has grown. I consider many of the people in here my family, and even more in the rest of the building. But most of all, I consider all the sports teams that I've represented for these past 4 years to be part of a brotherhood. We've all gone through so much together, those torturous practices, the devastating losses together, they really make you want to reconsider if you want to play the sport or not. But the history that we made together makes all of it worth it. I've been playing baseball for as long as I can remember. I've been playing with the same few guys for over a decade. We've gone through every single season together. We've seen each other grow as players and people. It truly is insane that we played together at some point as 6-year-olds, and now we're still playing together over a decade later as seniors in high school. I joined the football team junior year, and I didn't have any prior football experience, but they gladly accepted me into their family. I don't think I've ever grown such a strong bond with a group of guys so fast in my life. The football team this year beat 2 teams that they've never beaten before, and that feeling is indescribable. My coach would always tell us, these are the games that everyone will be talking about in 30 years when we randomly see each other again. And I always just thought that he was trying to sound like that old wise man and have a back in my day type of story. But now that the season's over and I will never play a game with those guys again, what my coach told us is really starting to make sense. These are the things that bring people together, and that forms a brotherhood. Even going to the Bay State summer baseball games, where I was on a team with 17 other guys I've never met before, I could feel that special kind of bond we had. We had only played 5 games together over 2 days, and I still talk to most of those guys. Sports teams create lifelong friendships, and the people on all these teams will always have a special place in my heart. But what's a family without someone to control them? A parent. I met Nick sophomore year, when he started being an assistant baseball coach. I had seen him around the school from time to time, since he's a school resource officer, but I never really talked to him. Not gonna lie, I didn't know what to think of him at first. The guy seems pretty intimidating, but as I got to know him and realized he was just a gentle giant with a hard shell, those doubts went away pretty quickly. I found out he was an officer, which 2 of my siblings have tried paths in, so I've always found his stories pretty interesting. And I always wonder what goes on when he's on duty, what really happens in Sutton. These wonders were put to rest when we were given the opportunity of the junior year job shadow day, and I could finally see what it's like in the life of Nick. I went on a ride along with him and instantly fell in love with the career, so much so that I'll be going to the college to study criminal justice. I still wanted to know more about the job, so I went on another ride along with him, but I was soon after banned from his cruiser because of all the ticks that I brought into his car from standing on the side of the highway while watching a traffic stop. But really, I can't thank Nick enough for everything that he's done for me. He really is like a second father to me. I will always remember that day last year when there was a threat at the school. I was sitting in the parking lot when it happened, and I saw Nick come flying in his cruiser, jumping out almost before his car was even stopped and directly running towards the potential danger that awaited. In that exact moment, he gained a special kind of respect from me. He had always told me that he needs to be ready if something goes down, no matter what it was. I heard it over and over again. And when something did actually go down, or so we thought, seeing Nick be the first officer on scene and running fearlessly at the potential danger in the way that he did showed me that he truly is ready for anything thrown at him. That is passion, and passion is an unteachable trait. He showed everyone that he's more than qualified for his job, and he showed me that he is a man of his word. He always gives me the best advice, even when I don't want to hear it. I can tell that he really wants the best for me, and I couldn't be thankful enough that I met him. Nick showed me my true identity, and he opened the door to me to a world that I haven't even considered before meeting him. Nick is a perfect example of a role model, but he's not my only role model. In 2016, my sister decided that she wanted to take an EMT class. Just a few days after starting the class, she told us she met a new guy. That guy is now my brother-in-law. I will never forget the first time I met Bobby. He took my sister to the beach. I don't know if it was his first time going to the beach or if he was just trying to impress her, but for whatever reason, he decided he wasn't going to put any sunscreen on. And when I tell you I've never seen anyone so red in my life ever, I really mean it. They were so sunburnt, my sister couldn't even handle it. She ended up passing out when they went out to dinner. And being honest, they definitely should have gone to the hospital, but they didn't, because that's what happens when your mom's a nurse. No one's allowed to go to the hospital unless your bone's sticking out of your body. I held myself back since it was my first time meeting him, but if I ever did see him that sunburnt again, I'd give him a nice slap on the back to show him how much I love him. Bobby was formally introduced into our family on October 23rd, 2021, but he was a part of our family for long before that. He's a charming guy with a huge sense of humor, so naturally he was accepted into the family pretty fast. He showed me plenty of new things. He introduced me to the gym, and for over a year straight, almost every single day, unless he had work, he would take me to the gym before I could drive myself. He would go 30 minutes out of his way just to pick me up, every single day. That should put a picture in your head of how nice of a guy he is. He taught me and showed me so much more. I know that he is someone I can rely on and I can go to anytime I need him. He always tells me if I ever need anything to go to him, and he truly means it. I could not thank him enough, and I'm so glad my sister decided to stick with the right guy, even if he did somehow forget about this speech and pick up overtime at work today. I believe my family is one of a kind. Not only are we a family, but we're all friends too, which honestly might be even more important to some aspect. We all get along so well, and ever since most of my siblings have moved out, our get-togethers really seem like some distant friends getting together for the first time in a long time. They're extremely fun to be around, and I am more than blessed to be a part of this unordinary family. I have 3 sisters who are so incredibly different from each other, but still somehow get along so well. Froze. We're good. And ever since most of my siblings moved out, our get-togethers are like some distant friends. And my sisters are so incredibly different. They all get along so well, and they'll always have some sort of advice for me, which can sometimes be nice, but at times they give just too much advice. They always have just something to say, which gets old very fast. Although I'm relieved I'm not the only one who has to suffer this verbal torture. My brother's been my best friend growing up, and he's always gotten his fair share of verbal torture from my sisters as well, even if it usually gets pretty ugly if he does. My family's so close-knit that everything anyone does gets critiqued pretty hard. My parents hold us all together, and I could not be more proud to say how well they have raised my siblings and I. They have formed such a strongly bonded family, and I know that every single one of them knows that I am there for them as much as I know they are always there for me. That is family.
I would now like to share a couple of personal anecdotes that have to do with this topic and touch upon a common experience I believe will resonate with a lot of you. Every summer since I was born, I have gone on a vacation to Cape Cod with my mom's side of the family. We rent a waterfront house in the small and homey town of Truro, which is located in the Outer Cape. We leave around late July to early August and stay for a week. I have always loved this vacation and even consider it to be my favorite week of the year. It is a time of fun, laughter, joy, and time with my family. But it recently dawned on me that eventually I will go for the final time. It may not be anytime soon, but going on vacation to Cape Cod, like all good things, will eventually come to an end. That means no more meals together, no more days on the sandy beaches, no more beautiful sunsets, and even worse, no more new Beachcomber merch every year. It took me so long to come to realize this because I have become so accustomed to going every year of my life. Yet as unfortunate and saddening as this realization is, it sparked a newfound feeling of gratitude in me. I became much more appreciative of all these priceless memories that have been made throughout the years once I realized that they won't be around forever. So as July approaches this year, so does another week down at the Cape with my mom, dad, brother, aunt, uncle, cousins, and grandparents. However, this year is going to be a different experience for me. I plan on enjoying and appreciating every moment I spend with my family to the fullest extent, even the ones that may seem insignificant on the surface. By doing this, I hope to end the week feeling like I didn't miss out on any precious memories or take any of them for granted. Although it is a ways away, the final week spent in Cape Cod will eventually arrive. So while I will miss the beach days and the breathtaking sunsets, I will forever cherish the priceless memories made with my family. On the topic of loved ones, this is Holly. She was the first pet I ever had. My parents adopted Holly before I was born, so when I came home for the very first time from the hospital, she was already there. Holly watched me grow up from a baby and was around for every major milestone of my childhood. My first steps, my first word, my first day of school. She was there for every single one. Up until Labor Day weekend of my freshman year, when my family and I decided to have her put down due to health issues that were starting to worsen because of her age. It was a very difficult and heartbreaking decision to make, but we knew it was best for her. Similarly to the Cape Cod vacations, Holly had been a part of my life since I was born. Seeing her pretty much every day had become so routine that I never really thought about the fact that eventually she won't be around anymore. So when the time came that she did pass away, I couldn't help but feel like I should have cherished the time she was alive just a little more. My family and I certainly did everything in our power to ensure she had a long, happy, and healthy life, which I am positive we succeeded at. But I wished I had spent more time with her before she passed away, and I can't help but feel regret that I didn't. What I'm trying to say is life can be very unpredictable at times. Anything can happen that will take away someone or something that you love. And oftentimes it happens suddenly and without warning, similar to what happened with Holly. So remember to always cherish what you love, even if it seems like it will be around forever, because as unfortunate as it is, all good things do eventually come to an end. Speaking of good things coming to an end, May 29th of this year is the day my classmates and I will graduate. This will mark the end of our high school days and school days at Sutton. It will be a very bittersweet day. On one hand, I am looking forward to the next chapter of my life and am excited to see what it has in store for me. On the other hand, though, I will miss the familiarity of the people and places that I have grown up my entire life with. While I am sure my classmates, as well as I, are immensely looking forward to life post-graduation and finally breaking out of the Sutton bubble, we shouldn't forget to recognize the positive influences Sutton has had on our lives. Over the years, we have learned many valuable life lessons that we will certainly carry with us in the future, such as how to succeed academically, how to effectively work with our peers, and how to be an overall positive member of society. I am personally very grateful that I was taught these skills in school because, without them, it would be difficult to succeed in the next chapter of my life. With only a few months left until graduation, I firmly believe that we should cherish each remaining day and really try to take it all in. Because soon enough, the last 12 years of our lives will be a memory of the past when we all take the next step. Throughout my childhood, my parents have dedicated a good deal of effort to ensure that I will have fun and unforgettable memories. They often try to plan family day trips for the weekends, and they have also brought me on some of the best and most unforgettable vacations I have ever been on. They understand that these are some of the most fun and memorable years of my life, but they go by fast. They indirectly taught me that I should cherish these years and fill them with amazing memories because you only do have one childhood. So while all of the stories and memories I have just shared are only ones from my childhood, this concept of cherishing what you have in the present can and should be applied to the rest of life as well. In essence, cherish and enjoy every day, no matter what stage of life you are in. Because while childhood years do go by fast, in the grand scheme of things, so does life as a whole. Thank you.
I have learned many valuable lessons from playing basketball and throughout my basketball career. I began playing basketball as part of the 4th grade travel league and played until my varsity season ended last Thursday in our state game. The most important lesson that I have learned is that in order to succeed, you need to work hard and be persistent. Whether it was practicing 2 nights a week for travel basketball or today practicing 6 days a week for varsity, it is the repetition and hard work that will make you a success in basketball and in life. This lesson I will take with me for the rest of my life. I began playing basketball at age 9 in the Sutton Girls Travel League. I had been exposed to basketball a few years before as my older brother played for the Travel League. My brother got a basketball hoop for his birthday, and my dad set it up down the road. Max and I would spend time down there playing around the world, having shooting contests, and making trick shots for fun. Though it seemed like we were just wasting time and playing around, little did I know it fueled my interest in basketball and made me want to compete and win. Playing in the Travel League was a great way to learn the fundamentals of the game, including dribbling and shooting, and the importance of teamwork. Maddie Cruz's mom was the coach, and my mom was the assistant coach. We would have 2 practices during the week at night and then travel to one of the surrounding towns on Sunday for our game. At this time, not only was I learning about how to be part of a team, but I was also learning about time management in order to get my schoolwork done and be able to go out 2 nights a week for practice. Each year, our young team continued to work on our basketball IQ and skills, along with working as a team, understanding that everyone has different strengths and different contributions, and how to succeed under pressure. I also learned that one of my strengths is the ability to be able to assess a situation and make a quick decision. As we got older, our practices moved from the elementary school gym to the high school gym. Sometimes after practice in the little gym, we would be able to watch a girls' varsity basketball game. And sometimes if one of our coaches wasn't able to make it to run practice, they would ask a few of the varsity players to come assist. I loved when they would come and show us the drills that the varsity team did. We also loved watching the older girls play, as we all looked up to them and tried to copy their moves. In addition to basketball, I also played soccer, took dance lessons, did gymnastics, and tried playing field hockey. When 8th grade came, my dad asked me which sport was my favorite and which one I could see myself playing throughout the high school. Up until then, I was playing multiple sports and just having fun and staying active. I chose basketball and stuck with it. I am glad I chose it because it has taught me many things and helped me grow as a person and teammate. The number one thing basketball has taught me is that hard work leads to success. In 8th grade, I was able to play on the JV high school team. Freshman year, I played on the varsity high school team, and we ended the season with a 1-15 record. We were not good. After that season, I played AAU basketball in the spring and fall and played in summer league. As a team, we improved during our off-season to become a 10-13 team my sophomore year. Our team understood the importance of hard work, and it would be the only way to succeed. Our coach's favorite saying is, "Off-season work gets in-season wins." All of our work and discipline was beginning to pay off. The following year, I again tried out for and played on an AAU basketball team in the spring and fall, and played in summer league to get more touches on the ball. Not only did I play in these leagues, but I also attended various camps and clinics throughout the off-season. My junior year was when our hard work finally became apparent. That season, we advanced to the Final Four in our league and had a record of 9-1 in the DVC. We were the league champions. Senior year, we had a 20-0 record in our regular season, while being undefeated league champions, as well as Clark finalists. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't work hard every day to improve just a little bit. From shooting free throws every day, running zigzags and sprints, the grueling work and challenges made it possible for us to do as well as we did. The amount of work and energy that I put into basketball had an impact on the overall team's success. Last year, at the end of the Clark tournament, I was interviewed on Spectrum. The interviewer asked me how we won the game. What was the secret to our success? I responded by telling him that we knew the opposing team was good, tough opponents, and that they would come in wanting to win. Our secret was that we were equally as determined and motivated to win. We wanted the win more than they did. Because we were well prepared, we played harder and won. Success is something that has to be earned and is not handed over. Determination is what drives you towards success, and this goes for more than just basketball. In all aspects of life, determination is what gets you places. This goes for getting the job you want or getting into the college you dream of going to. Hard work is not the only key component to success. Motivation is something that you need to be able to find in yourself to be a hardworking person. Being the smallest player on the floor was never easy. Most players are taller and much bigger than I am. I have used it as motivation to improve and get better. Always getting knocked around and pushed motivated me to get stronger and better at the sport. Not only have I gotten physically stronger from this, but it has also made my mindset stronger. This has taught me to never give up, and that motivation is a key component to my success. My motivation and success wouldn't come without the help of my parents, my brother, and my coach. My parents taught me a lot about not giving up and pushed me to keep working hard. My brother helped me get stronger through his roughhousing, and his challenges made me tougher. My coach has given me the opportunity to show my motivation has paid off. Motivation needs to be found within yourself, but sometimes when it's hard to find it yourself, you must look to others. My coach has been a big motivating factor in my basketball career. Most people would say that he is too harsh with his words or just belittling the player. From a parent's point of view, my mom says that he can be harsh, but she understands it is part of being a coach. She also said it can sometimes be hard to watch from the sidelines when he's yelling, but I know he is using it to motivate and challenge the players. But the truth is that without his motivation, I wouldn't be where I am today. His comments make you want to work harder and push yourself. After a game and during the next practice, he will tell you what you need to improve on to stay in the game. This motivates you to improve and get time in the game. One of Coach D's favorite saying is, "Be the hammer, not the nail." He uses this quote to keep the team focused on wanting to win. It also emphasizes that you need to stay motivated to do your best and put in your best effort in order to be the tool to beat the opponent versus be the one beaten. Sayings like this keep our team focused, motivated, and all working for one common goal, which is to play our best and hopefully come out on top. Overall, the sport of basketball has taught me that hard work leads to success, and success does not come without the motivation to succeed. That's it.
Growing up, I always thought I understood and valued my time. Little did I know that getting annoyed at having to wait in a line for something as little as fast food wasn't even close to valuing my time. I now know that valuing your time is something that goes much deeper than waiting for something like fast food. I started to understand truly what it meant when I thought about something my grandma would say. She used to say life is too short to get upset when I was little. She may have not meant it in the way I'm talking about, but the words life is too short was something I was able to apply later on in life. I learned that time is something that you can't have but can own. It continues on, not stopping for anyone. I learned that doing the things you want to do because you enjoy it or because you're interested in it, or maybe just because something that you should do is something you should do with your time. As my grandma said, life is short. Another aspect I applied this phrase to was letting go of things. Often easier said than done. For most of us, it's really easy to hold on to things that hold us back. And for most of us, it's really easy to hold on to things that in the grand scheme of things don't matter. And I don't mean to say nothing in life matters, as the ability to accomplish things before our time is up is a beautiful thing. And letting go of the things that will slow you down or hold you back is something we should all strive to do. Learning to let go wasn't easy, but realizing that you need to let go of the things that burden your shoulders for things that have happened in the past, like the way you've been treated or the things you can't control. I've learned this one thing doesn't ruin a life, and that getting angry or sad isn't worth losing sleep or letting it affect your daily life. We all go through these types of things, but I know my grandma wouldn't want me to be dwelling on it, to instead move on and use the little time we have to enjoy our life doing things we love. And for all of us, it's different, from sports, spending time with family, reading, games, or for me, one of my favorites being playing rummy with my grandma. Perhaps it was the funny stories that would get told, or just the company of my family. Or perhaps it was always that I went out with aces, causing a riot. What I've come to learn is valuing your time by instead slowing down is okay. It seems so foreign and wrong to many of us as we live in a world that's fast-paced. It feels just yesterday I was a freshman just beginning high school during the years affected by COVID. But newsflash, we're seniors now. And as we know it, only a few months away from graduation, where some of us will be going on to new experiences in our life, that being college, or maybe even entering the workforce full-time. I wish I learned to slow down sooner and stop to look and enjoy the moments that I look back on for when I moved on to bigger opportunities and paths like college. Of course, high school wasn't all good. There were times I wished I had already graduated or I was anywhere but school. But maybe I was looking at it the wrong way. I've made memories and met people that I would never forget. I've been fortunate to be provided with many resources and opportunities in my high school career, as our high school has been very generous when it comes to giving us all the opportunities we could want, to the point of being annoying. But one of these special moments was in my intro to psychology class with Mr. Wandyes, where I was fortunate to be present for a speech from a former art teacher here, Mr. Bailey. Like any high school student, I went into the speech thinking it wouldn't be able to apply to me, and again, I'd have to sit through another presentation or speech. But I'll be the first one to admit, his words did move me and definitely did apply to me. We as a class had a main question that he would try to answer in his speech. The question was, at what age is the best age? And his words really put things into perspective with me. With each era of his life, he said one thing that stood out with me. How could life get any better right now? Throughout his whole speech, even when he was in high school, he was able to look at his life and enjoy every part of it. While I was here viewing high school like a chore, dreading to go, for me, that was a new perspective that I was able to admire about him. But his speech had taken me right back to when my grandma said, "Life is too short to get upset." Little did I know I'd walk out of that room thinking how I viewed my life. With all my points of doing what you enjoy, I still believe in hard work. For working hard for what you want to achieve in life. I believe that if you are really putting in all your effort, that eventually time will pay off. But I've come to see a different view. A view that could be me as an adolescent, that my view was to enjoy your time. Reflecting from people I've learned from, I came to the realization that it's not all work, that you can have fun. Valuing your time does not mean you necessarily have to work all day and repeat the next day. Sometimes that little break helps us. Being able to spend the time with people close to you, like your family or friends, making memories, can be more than worth it in the end. The little time to relax and take a break can make the whole world of a difference. As if there is one thing I've learned, is that life is too short. So I'd advise everyone once in a while to stop and take a few seconds out of your day to do something you enjoy or are interested in. I am so thankful for people around me that have helped learn such a useful lesson. It is not easy to learn, and at times I myself don't value my own time. But no one is perfect. But I think that if more people could learn to value their time, we'd all just be that little more happy. And I'd like to thank my grandma and Mr. Bailey for giving me some of the best ways to live my life and advice I've ever heard. and I hope to be able to keep applying this advice to my life as I go through college and life. And I hope you can too. Thank you.
If you woke up tomorrow and didn't know anything about your past, how would you live? Is something I heard one day from someone I once knew. Let me start off by defining impermanence as the fact of lasting for only a limited period of time. So, why do we humans believe in forever? I mean, who doesn't want a job you can count on for the rest of your life? Or who doesn't want relationships to never die? Well, I sure do. What if I put my heart and soul into getting that certain job or working out that certain relationship? I'm not saying your relationship isn't going to work out. That's not always the case. But in reality, what really lasts forever? Well, you might tell yourself a lot of things do, actually. In fact, I could probably think about a few on the top of my head right now, but not in ways that we think. I grew up playing soccer my whole life. Yes, another sports story, I know. And like any other young kid playing a sport back then, I wanted to go pro. My love for the sport was inseparable. I would remind myself every day that I'm working to be on the big stage. But as I grew older, those dreams only started to fade. No, I didn't want them to fade. I kept reminding myself every day that if I keep working, I will make it. And it's true, what you put in is what you get out. But man, did reality strike. I was finding it hard to balance my personal life with my sports life, while also finding a motivation to continue doing it. I slowly started to realize that the chances of me making it were decreasing. And once I realized it, man, did it kick me in the gut. Sure, if I wanted the dream to come true, I would continue working towards it, working my butt off every day. But in the end, was it worth taking those chances? Every day after I realized that I needed to switch my path, I felt self-pity. Constantly bashing myself down, wondering why I was so lazy and why I couldn't commit to that something that I really wanted. How would I live with myself like this for the rest of my life? Well, I could tell you, just like how we put up with every other hardship we face as humans. We forget about it and probably realized it was for the best. From that, I learned that I'm not going to have the same dreams forever. In the end, it won't be there forever. And it is only up to our individual selves to work towards the person we desire to be. Holding on to the past is only going to keep us there. I really internalized this lesson as I would also often visit my Teta Sedes and Jito Alfred's house on an old nostalgic road next to Hurt Street School in Worcester. I would walk into their house, and within the first few sentences, in Arabic mostly, I would hear, "Did you eat?" or "Are you hungry?" Not once would I walk out of the house on a hungry or even rather partially hungry stomach. I mean, I was even eating in this photo with my grandpa here. Every day I spent with them was a day that made me feel unconditionally loved. They would smile as they looked at me, proud of who I am becoming and how much I've grown. Until it was the last time that they smiled at me. I often, get sad or even tear up thinking about the moments that I spent with them. Rich scents of lemon and parsley would take me back to those moments with them as me and my family would make tabbouleh the way Seda did. The taste of coffee reminds me of the way that I would dip Lebanese cookies into their coffee as I was always handed a roll of it. Out of fear, I feel like I lost a piece of myself. But I feel like my longing for that previous version is somewhat an example of that previous version being present. I believe we need to detach ourselves from ourselves, as time is only a concept that continues to march forward. Everything is in reference to this present moment, so just enjoy that certain relationship you have. Man, though, relationships, yeah, the thing I could assure you many humans want, but why if we aren't sure of the outcome? I'm sure many of you had many relationships, but not all of them remained as you may have noticed. How did we cope with that loss? The loss of someone who you put all your time and energy into. the loss of someone who you thought would be the same person as how you met them. Well, I think another approach to this is to accept the lessons and challenges that come with facing these problems. You shouldn't get attached to how the person might be now, but instead appreciate the people for who they are now. And appreciate them for who they'll become, because they're not only going to change, but you will too. You won't be your old self forever. But the value of a moment or a connection to those closest to you is not measured by how long it lasts, but rather the value it produces. When referencing the lives that we have lived, I feel like we romanticize it to a dangerous degree. The power of nostalgia in my life is definitely the most prevalent. I believe we view our past selves as the happier version of ourselves, simply because we didn't appreciate it then. But if you were happy then of course you appreciated it. We need to stop creating that dichotomy between ourselves and our past. Realize that you will continue to gain new experiences. Realize that you're still able to connect and meet new people. Realize that you will find things in life that will make you happy like you once were. But that means you're going to have to let go at some point. I'm not saying your relationship won't work out in the end like I mentioned before, but what if you're still stuck on that person when they're gone, for example? The time may come sooner than you think, but life is full of surprises. Life is how you make change and how you adapt to it as well. So let me ask one more time. What really lasts forever? Well, I could tell you one right now. Change. But why don't most things we want in life stay the same, you might ask? Or why can't the things I need last forever? Because life can be painful, but the silver lining is that you need things to end to begin a new you. So, thank you.
Why are you here? How did you get to this point in your life? Who are the people who have supported, inspired, and encouraged you to be who you are today? If there was a world where you were the only inhabitant, you'd be a much different person. We are who we are in part due to those around us. A stranger can have just as much of an impact on your life as a parent. It is important to remember that our actions and behaviors affect others, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Whether our actions affect others negatively is no choice other than one's own. When I was trying to decide what I should write for my speech, I found it quite difficult. I wanted it to be impactful and deliver a message for you all to leave with. It was suggested to me that I start with interviews and go from there. I chose a few people to talk to and prepared some questions. When I was looking at the list of who I was going to speak to, I thought about why I chose to interview those people specifically, and I realized that they were people who were important to me. They've impacted my life in ways that they may not even be aware of. Who influences me? When I was little, my dad used to take my sister and I to the tennis court, and we would play for hours. A whole hopper of tennis balls, and roughly half of them would end up over the fence. But I got better. I practiced a lot, and I wanted to make my dad proud. He wanted to share his love for the sport with his daughters, and he succeeded. Playing tennis brings me joy, and I'm grateful he encouraged me to stick with it and persevere even when times got rough. For as long as I can remember, when my grandfather calls me, he always says two things. Have you been getting into any trouble, and are you keeping your grades up? Then I always say, I'm not causing any trouble, but he'll be happy to hear that I'm working hard in school and my grades are good. He says that next time I visit, he'll take me to Dairy Queen as a reward for my efforts. Making my grandfather proud is important to me. Throughout my academic career, I've worked hard and excelled because of his encouragement and support. He's taught me that it will all pay off in the end as long as I put in the work. My mother is someone who I admire greatly. She was always going out of her way to help others, and for the longest time, I never knew why. If a friend or a stranger needed assistance, she would do anything she could to aid them. Every chance she got, she would be volunteering at some fundraiser or event, and she would take my sister and me along. I never really minded going, especially if I didn't have anything better to do. But eventually, it became a habit. If there was an opportunity to volunteer, I would take it. And I started to enjoy it, helping others, just like my mom. My friends are always there to support me when I need advice or encouragement. They are great at challenging me to step out of my comfort zone. A few years ago, I was convinced by my friends to join our school's student council, so I went with them to a meeting. And I'm glad I did, because it's become a huge part of my life, and I never would have considered doing it if not for them. I spoke to a few people in my life that I look up to, who have taught me important things and positively impacted my life. I know people say you shouldn't meet your role models, but I disagree. I talk to many of them on the daily. I think it is important to hear the words of wisdom for those you admire and take their advice. I was told to always be kind to others, put in an honest effort, take every opportunity given to me, and not let others stop me from achieving my goals. Another question I asked, why do you think role models are so important? I was told that we need someone to guide us, encourage us to be the best version of ourselves, to make good decisions. I also wanted to know about who they look up to. Many said their parents, grandparents, or other relatives. I can also relate to this. My family is my greatest influence. They made me the person I am today, and for that, I am eternally grateful. There are people in this world you look up to. They made you the person you are today. You also influence others and make them who they are. And a paradox of sorts is created. We are encouraged by others around us to reach our potential and succeed. In our success, others notice and are inspired by it. In turn, they strive to be their best self. I've been an athlete all my life. I've learned dedication, sportsmanship, and countless other lessons from playing on a team. My teammates are like family to me, and my coaches are some of the greatest mentors I've had. I think this year specifically, it's my turn to step up and be a leader, along with my fellow senior teammates. We've looked up to the older kids on our teams for guidance and support the past few years, and now we are those older kids. Not only in sports, but just as seniors in the high school, we are being told to be role models and a good influence on the younger students. There are people in this building who look up to you, or are at least influenced by your actions. A new sense of responsibility has been placed on us. To some, it might seem like a burden, but maybe it is a blessing. With this new perspective, I've been paying more attention to my actions, keeping in mind that I have an impact on others, starting with my younger sister. For the longest time, I've been trying to convince her to run indoor track so that we could be on a team together for at least 1 year in high school. So now that she's in 8th grade, she was signed up for the team this year. I made it my goal that I would teach her all the important aspects of being on a team and anything she needed to know to be her best as an athlete. I know she probably thinks I'm annoying her more often than not, but whether I'm shouting at her while she's running the 300-meter or I'm sitting at the kitchen table helping her with her algebra homework, it's because I want her to succeed. I think that the most important question that I asked each person that I interviewed was, why do you do what you do? For whom or what do you strive to be your greatest self? No one has great success or makes achievements just because. They have motive, and that motive is often people. Someone in your life who you want to impress, make them proud, or to influence and inspire those around you. Or maybe for yourself, your own personal goals and dreams. Everyone has a reason for why they do things. What's yours? Oh, that's wrong.
I was in the 8th grade when I first had aspirations to play baseball. I had watched the MLB, college baseball, Sutton High's baseball team, and even our very own town team. It was the first week in 2020, in March, where I was signed up for the town league team and was trying out baseball for the first time, more eager than ever. But less than a week later, tragedy struck. The world was put on hold and was shut down, as COVID-19 took the world by storm. The baseball season was put on hold, and I was told to come in 2 weeks' time, I'd be gearing up to practice. A month later, I was devastated to find out that baseball wasn't going to be happening this year. This crushed my spirit, and my hopes were gone. It gave up the dream that I held for months prior, letting one setback ruin my interest. It didn't come until the spring of 2021 that my spark finally returned. My freshman year brought lots of great memories, and I was finally over the past. I wanted to give it a shot again, and shortly after, I tried out for the Sutton Junior Babe Ruth team. I made the team, but after a few weeks of practice and some games, I would definitely say I was not the best. My parents assumed I was going to try baseball out, then give it up after the season, and never touch a glove again. They did not know where I stood at the time, but in 2024, I can confidently say they could not have been further from the truth. Following my town season, my freshman year, I decided to make the leap and try out for the varsity team as a sophomore. To my surprise, I made it despite my lack of skill. It was under Coach Cummins, or as many of you know him, Mr. Cummins, that my love of the game was reignited. From the second I stepped into the Stephen C. Romasco gym for the first day of tryouts, he was excited to see me there, trying out for the varsity team. He was supportive and encouraged me to find my role on the team. I was nervous to make any sort of mistake and ruin my chances of making the team, but he encouraged us to try our best and to move past any mistakes we inevitably did make. When I had him as a coach, he had a saying he often told us: be the first. When you come to practice, be the first one on the field. When in a game, be the first person to record an out. When an inning ends, be the first one to pick your teammates up. He always wanted us to be the first person to make a statement and to do the right thing, as the sooner you start, the better. He encouraged us to compete along one another, but to do so and elevate the team in the level that we played at. Coach Cummins taught us many lessons, but one of the most important lessons was about camaraderie. If any of you play or have ever played on any non-individual sporting team, then you know just how important it is to build a strong relationship with all your teammates and your coaches. I've played on numerous teams for numerous different sports throughout the years, but it was on the varsity baseball team where I found the greatest and strongest brotherhood. As a young, timid sophomore, I was welcomed with warm arms by the team and many of the upperclassmen. As a sophomore, we had a very tough season, having a record of a little over 500 nearing the season's end. It was then, when the team came together when we needed it most, to make a last push for playoff hopes. We ended up making a statement in the playoffs, but were eventually knocked out in heart-crushing fashion in the round of 16. From the start of the season, everyone knew it was going to be a battle to win games, but it was the brotherhood and camaraderie that brought us our success. I remember the numerous stories of brotherhood both on and off the field with that team. Whether a player missed a catch or didn't get the crucial run we needed, everyone was there to pick them up and help the team move on, or even off the field. The upperclassmen would always offer rides to anyone who needed them, no matter if they lived 5 minutes away or 20. Everyone on the team was in it together, and no man was going to be left behind. To my surprise, my junior year was an even bigger battle. The team lost crucial players from the starting lineup, and we started off very slow. We were hanging our heads and were struggling to find our groove. It was over the next patch that then our coaching staff and our upperclassmen gave us the inspiration and hope that we needed to get back on track. We worked as a cohesive unit and were always ready to pick the next guy up. Whether we were down 3 runs or up 10, we always had a positive attitude and kept pushing. We were all right by each other's sides and looking out for one another. We won our first playoff game in the round of 32 and upset the 11 seed as the 22 seed, and everyone on the team was as hyped as ever. We were all right by each other's side through the grit and the grind, cheering on one another. The following game, we were sadly knocked out by the 6-seeded Air Shirley. I was never one to cry after a season ended, but I was in tears after the loss, seeing some of my closest upperclassmen and friends leaving the team. It was from them where I was taught how to have the right attitude, how to look out for one another, how to push through adversity, and just how to be a better person at the end of the day. Without them and that brotherhood that we formed, we would never have gone as far as we did. We did have a few rough patches, admittedly, but we worked them through, and it only made our team grow stronger. I'm able to apply camaraderie into numerous facets of my life every day, whether it be with my friends, my coworkers, or my family. I held many strong bonds and relationships in my life as a result of this camaraderie that I've learned. The people around you shape you the most, and they can either make or break your aspirations and your goals. And you want to surround yourself with people who want nothing but the absolute best for you. By making these bonds and forming your brotherhood, these people found out my best interests and encouraged me to follow my dreams. Many people undermine the value of a brotherhood, but a strong brotherhood is nearly unbreakable. The memories shared are like glue, holding people alike together, no matter what. Whether it was a fight or a disagreement, a strong camaraderie will always live on. But the most important lesson I've learned from baseball is how to persevere. If you fail and strike out 7 out of 10 times as a batter in baseball, you're seen as a star of the game. Baseball is a mentally draining and exhausting sport, for the fact that it's a sport where you are inevitably bound to fail. If you strike out at a crucial time, you need to have a short memory and move on to help finish the game. Or if you miss an easy catch, you need to forget about it and persevere to make the next one. Baseball is a sport full of mistakes and full of failure. But that failure, however, is exactly what fuels success to form. I remember a time where I was consistently bad at hitting my sophomore year. Every time we pulled out the machine or did live pitching in practice, I always struggled. I had swung pretty late, and I didn't swing very hard. I was discouraged and I felt embarrassed, seeing just how skilled some of my teammates were. It was through these times, however, that I received help and tips about how to help my swing become the best it possibly could be. And I did not play much my sophomore year as a result of my poor skill and my inexperience, but I was given 2 total batting opportunities that year. In my first ever at-bat on varsity, I got a single and rounded first, grinning ear to ear. I did not swing fast, nor did I swing hard, but I used my mistakes to figure out how I could be effective with what skill I did possess. My second at-bat, I was walked and didn't get another hit, but I was still proud of myself and felt accomplished for what I did get done. I always thought back to the advice that I received, and I persevered to win my own battle of improvement. I knew that I was not as skilled as these other guys, but I used my mistakes in order to persevere and make my own success come true. I can apply perseverance into my life in numerous aspects, whether it be an unexpected question at a job interview or a section of a test I didn't study as much for. I've learned how to persevere and make quick but mindful decisions in my life. Being able to persevere through adversity and triumphs is admirable, and I want to sharpen my ability for any future triumphs that I may have. Perseverance is by no means an easy or quick thing to learn, and it is something that you learn over years and years of exposure to failure, as without failure, you cannot succeed. How do we know how to fix our mistakes if we've never made any? Failure is essential in life, as it teaches us how to persevere and win despite all of the odds. I encourage all of you to make mistakes in life and to use them to your advantage. Mistakes are a valuable tool that help you form success in your life. I have made many mistakes in my life, but I don't regret any of them as they have brought me to where I am today. I believe that everything happens for a reason in all of our lives, and the mistakes are a gift in disguise. So, if you're ever afraid to make a mistake or to mess up in life, don't be, as you can't succeed without failure.
As of today, I have been alive for 6,684 days. Truthfully, I think that number is much lower. I have only really felt alive these past few years. Previously, I was unaware of how I was living, and I honestly didn't have a care in the world about what was happening. I didn't know that I could put more thought into how I lived my life. I had the power to change everything. I soon discovered that there is a difference between merely living and truly being alive. To many, this won't make sense. They mean the same thing in almost all cases, and if you search the definition of the 2 words, they are practically indistinguishable from each other. What makes them different? Through the memorable experiences and relationships I have built during my time at Sutton High School, I hope to give insight into how I changed my perspective on traveling through life and doing more than just living to survive. As much as I hate to talk about it, the pandemic of 2020 was a pivotal moment in many of our lives, including mine. What started as a few weeks of an unexpected vacation soon turned into a nightmare. Being trapped at home doing schoolwork online took a toll on my mental health. My school day was set in the 12 by 20 foot confines in my basement, as it became my classroom for the time being. I could memorize the cracks in that table and the ridges on the floor. I felt mentally and physically confined, which put a damper on my energy. How does one feel alive when they are stuck staring at the same 4 walls every day? Social isolation was not something that I was used to, and the excessive amounts of alone time sent me into a downward spiral. It became harder to find joy in everyday life, and I began to do the bare minimum. It was days upon days of what felt like a never-ending cycle of gloom and bad news. I felt disconnected from the world, and more pressingly, disconnected from myself. True, I was living, but was I alive? I was a shell of my real self, drifting through each day with the hopes of making it to the next weekend or break to stall the dreadful cycle. I needed something to make me feel good again, something to make me feel like me. I started freshman year with hope. It was a new beginning. While school was still partially online,
It was a huge step in a better direction. It was a whole new world. In hopes of having a better year, I set myself a goal. Find something to look forward to each day, no matter how big or small it is. Looking back now, I don't remember much of that year. But one thing stands out to me: my cross-country team. I have countless memories of laughter and joy that I hadn't experienced in a while. The craving I had for social interaction was finally satisfied. I created bonds with people that still stand to this day, and the first time in many months, I felt like I was doing more than just living. I was thriving. As depicted in these pictures, our team went to win the championships. Everyone on our team felt better than they had felt in a long time. I found joy in the simple act of being a part of a team, and it gave me something to look forward to every day. It was a light in the darkness that sparked, and a spark that inspired me to change my outlook of just going through the motions of day-to-day activity. The rest of freshman year went by in the blink of an eye, as did sophomore year. Then, after an all too short summer, was the start of the dreaded junior year. I didn't know what to expect, and I was afraid of failure. Being expected to know what you want to do with your life at 17 is frightening. I wanted to be successful in school, in my career, and in life, but I had no idea where to start. As the year went on, the academics piled up. AP classes were really starting to emphasize the true meaning of advanced placement in their title, and standardized tests were on the horizon. The small interest I had in certain academic aspects started to diminish. I felt as though all the work I was doing had no purpose, and I was spending 12 years of my life in school for nothing. I was wasting my time, and I wasn't living how I wanted to live. It took some time, but I realized that the more positive effort and energy I put into my life, even things that were unenjoyable or difficult, the better those things became. I approached my schoolwork with a positive attitude, telling myself that I could use what I learned in the future when I decided what I wanted to pursue in life. I also spent more time with my friends and family, and people who made me feel optimistic, and make every aspect of my life worthwhile. Even when life gets tough, I've learned that it's better to stay optimistic and find aspects of your life that matter to you, no matter what they may be. Becoming trapped in a cycle of just going through the motions or doing the least amount possible is deadly for your ambitions and dreams. One of the most influential people in my high school career was my tennis coach. He encouraged me both on and off the court and always gave me great advice. He explained to me how the world is changing much more rapidly now than it has ever been in the past. Life tends to move a lot quicker than you realize, and it's very easy to stay in your comfort zone. We all know how hard it is to take risks or tread into unknown waters. To really live, you need to break free of the box that you can so easily put yourself in. Simply going through the motions is never truly the same as putting yourself out there and taking chances that could change your life. It can be small, but it will be impactful. Being present and alive in the moment can make all the difference. He also noted how it is important to do what makes you happy. Don't chase what other people may have. More often than not, what you see isn't always what you get. The world of social media is built on trying to get the perfect image for yourself. It doesn't matter what others think. Do what makes you feel happiest. Human existence is microscopic on the timeline of the universe. Don't waste this spontaneous blip in the radar of existence that is your life. Live to laugh, live to love, and most importantly, live to be you, not anyone else. Now, as my senior year is coming to an end, I am reminiscing on all of the important values others have taught me. I have learned to do more than just live to exist, and that there is more to life than what often meets the eye. The people I've met and the experiences I've been involved in have truly made an impact on how I live my life. I am alive now more than ever, and am thriving as an individual. I've lived 6,684 indescribable days, and I look forward to many more in the future. Thank you.
When I was a kid, as I was leaving my house in the morning, I would hug my parents and siblings goodbye, exchange I love yous, and walk out the door. But as I was leaving, my mom would say, "Don't forget the golden rule." Hearing this almost every day for 5 to 10 years of my life has had a tremendous impact on who I am now and how I act towards others around me. Treating others the way you want to be treated, or the golden rule, has been incorporated into our lives since well before kindergarten. In preschool, we learn the alphabet, forgiveness, and the ideas of sharing, or if you had siblings like I do, you learn to share well before your first day in the classroom. In elementary and middle school, we constantly learned about treating others with respect and kindness. The golden rule, simply put, is a fun and kid-friendly way of saying, be kind. So, throughout our 17 and 18 years of life, we have been encouraged to be kind, emphasizing the importance of it every day in the hope of remembering one of the biggest, simplest, and most important actions in our world. We are not the same people as we were in kindergarten. That much is very clear. Somewhere along the way, we grew up. We stopped playing on the playground, stopped taking nap time, and stopped having our parents pick out our outfits for school. But most importantly, we stopped being kind. Kids are taught the biggest and most general lessons in life at a young age. Why? Well, the thought and hope being that we, as kids, will carry core values with us until the day we die. By introducing and reinforcing the ideas of forgiveness, kindness, and hope, all the way from kindergarten to high school, these traits should probably be considered as core values that we have obtained by the time we graduate high school. In May, we will be sent off into the world with the expectations of being kind, thoughtful, and selfless human beings at college, work, and beyond. But life simply doesn't work like that. We have matured in our time here, realizing that all the things we believed as children are simply not true. An apple a day does not keep the doctor away, and crossing your eyes will not make them stuck like that forever. Though ridiculous, these ideas are creative and lighthearted, which is something that we need when we are kids, just trying to figure out the confusing world around us. Then we mature, and we lose the curiosity and childlike innocence that clouded our brains. This is why maturity is important, though. Being mature can, and does, prepare us for the challenges of the adult world that we live in, but it's the core and most important lessons of our childhood that will help us all thrive and flourish outside of high school and in the real world. I would not be the person I am today without the impact of kindness on my life from a very early age. I've learned to lead my life with kindness, simply from the actions of my family, friends, teammates, and classmates. By showing kindness and taking on our lives with it, we can become better people, and the lessons we learned as kids can sometimes be the blueprint for a fulfilled and lively life. My parents taught me and my siblings crucial life lessons that got me to where I am standing right now. I've been surrounded by love, joy, and happiness from the very second I was born. My parents taught me appreciation, caring, and compassion, all of which I carry with me to this day, all of which I will carry on, and all of which I use and will use to help those around me. My parents taught me to smile at strangers and hold the door open. Just last week, I went to my sister's basketball game. There was an older couple behind me as we were walking through the entrance, and I held the door for them. It seemed like an unconscious decision on my part, but the couple was filled with happiness just from getting the door held open. The lady turned to me and said, "Thank you," very enthusiastically, and continued to say, "Nobody seems to do this nowadays." I smiled and even laughed a bit, telling her it was no problem, and followed them into the game. They tried to pay for my ticket as a sign of appreciation when all I did was hold the door open. By teaching me numerous acts of kindness at a young age, my parents made me into the type of person who hopefully spreads kindness into our world. I can confidently say that being a triplet is one of the greatest things in my life. Not only is it fun to tell people, but my siblings have shaped my personality to be something that I'm proud of. The chances of being born a triplet are 1 in 1,000. I am eternally grateful for my family, seeing that I now have 2 best friends for the rest of my life, willingly or unwillingly. Sam and Matt have taught me to be kind, patient, responsible, calm, and everything in between. I would not be half the person that I am today without my siblings being with me and by my side. Friendships can also have an immense impact on who you are as a person. Think about something that you enjoy, whether that be sports, video games, social media, etc., and there's a very high chance that one of your friends has the exact same interest. Throughout life, we align ourselves with the people that we laugh with, making memories that can last a lifetime. From preschool to 12th grade, we have made friends and lost them, all growing and becoming our own people. My friends, past and present, have had a tremendous impact on how I see the world around me. Think about what would happen if somebody, a friend or a stranger, spontaneously complimented you one day. That one compliment would probably make you happy and set you up to have a positive day. This scenario happened to me the other day. While it was a small, almost unconscious effort on their part, my friend's 3 seconds of kindness made me grateful for the people I surround myself with, and made me want to pass that same feeling of gratitude along to somebody else for the rest of the day. My teammates have also had a giant impact on my core values in life. I have played many sports. From t-ball to track and every activity in between, I learned that every sport can teach you something new. I love playing them, don't get me wrong, but it's the people and memories that make something special. Thinking back to my main sports over my high school career, soccer and track and field, I can say I wouldn't have ever stuck with them if it weren't for my teammates, no matter how good I was. I wouldn't have stayed on the soccer team if it weren't from the kindness, honesty, and dedication from the rest of the players on the team. I wouldn't have found my love for running track if I didn't have my teammates by my side, constantly pushing me to be better. I wouldn't have won 3 state championships in soccer or been going off to run Division I track and field in college if I didn't have the patience and kindness and love that every teammate has shown me over the course of my entire life. 3 seconds is all it takes to spread kindness. There are 86,400 seconds in one singular day. There are 31,536,000 seconds in a year, and if you live to the age of 80, there are 2,522,880,000 seconds in your lifetime. All the seniors in this room have been alive for a little less than 500 million of those seconds. 500, or a little under a quarter of an average lifespan. If you commit yourself to a tiny act of selflessness, 2 to 3 seconds every day for the rest of your life, starting from today, you'll have spent well over 67,000 minutes, or 18.9 hours, being utterly and honestly kind. Almost 19 hours is less than 200 thousandths, or 0.00002 hours of your total lifespan. For something that takes such little time and energy out of your day, the impact of kindness can be incredible on your life in the world that we live in. So, allow kindness to lead you on your path, as you never know the positivity and goodness that will come into your life while being kind. Starting today, I hope everyone here can take just 3 seconds of their day to make somebody else's 86,400 seconds of their day better, because it is never too late to start being kind. Thank you.
I have been an Irish dancer for 12 years now. This is me when I started, and this is me today. I have danced at 2 different schools and 5 different teachers, and it can be said without a doubt that it has significantly changed my life. I started dance when I was 7. Classes were a birthday gift for my grandmother, and my brother joined me in on that. All it took was a couple of videos, and Ollie and I were hooked. Together, he and I have danced in tens of competitions, local, regional, and national. We've performed together in multiple different venues, and we've even been on the news together for our dancing. Dance has genuinely brought us closer together, even when sometimes I want to throw a dance shoe at him. But the person who has by far made the biggest impact on my life and dancing life is Kim. This is Kim Coleman, and she was my first dance teacher. She's an amazing civil engineer and even more amazing dance teacher, and I wish she could be here today, but unfortunately she's all the way out in New Mexico where my old dance school used to be. Kim is one of the biggest inspirations in my life, and even though she probably doesn't know it, she has taught me so much and not just about dance. Recently, I gave her a call to catch up on life and to talk to her about my speech. In between our chatting about our garden plans for the year and whatnot, we talked about what she had learned from dance and what she had learned from teaching dance as well. The one thing that we kept coming back to our conversation was having confidence on stage. Being a dancer, you're put on to countless stages in front of different audiences and thousands of people. Kim expressed that she wanted to pass down not only her love for dance, but also the lessons she thought were valuable while she taught. And she deemed this one important not only in her life, but also in the lives of her students. The lessons Kim taught me and the ones that I've learned myself come into play quite frequently in my life. Something I learned pretty young in my dance career was to celebrate the little successes. I was not a huge trophy winner or world competition qualifier like my brother or a bunch of people at my studio were. And in all honesty, I wasn't one to feel sorry about not placing in the top 3. I was even happy to place at all. Instead, I learned to celebrate my little successes, like when I was able to do a bird for the first time, which is this thing. The area I was competing in, which was the Western region, competitions were cutthroat, and that was never quite my jam. I got really good at losing gracefully, as Kim would say. Instead of worrying about if I got first place in a competition or if I was even going to place at all, I took pride and celebrated in getting a part of my dance I was struggling with, or learning a skill no one else could do, or even getting through my entire dance on stage, because I was regrettably prone to forgetting my steps in the middle of my dance. Learning to enjoy and celebrate the little successes I achieved in dance made it more constructive and meaningful. I wasn't just dancing for a reward anymore. I was dancing because it made me happy. And that is arguably one of the most valuable lessons I learned from dance. And this lesson carries into my daily life, even if my successes weren't monumental. To achieve those goals, though, I had to practice. I practiced for hours, in the studio and at home. While I was talking to Kim, something she brought up as a thought in between thoughts was the value of practice. Dance works in a similar way of any other sport or activity. It requires incremental effort. You can't build on a skill when you have no foundation for said skill. Kim stressed that dance taught her to never give up, even when things felt impossible. And coupling that with the value of practice made any dancer incredible. Learning to value the time I spent practicing and the practicing itself allowed me to not only improve my dancing, but also put things into perspective when I was working on something that wasn't dance. Whether it was art, karate, or anything else that required dedicated time to improve, I learned the value of practicing what I love. And if you love what you're practicing, you're never really practicing. In 12 years of dancing, you tend to pick up some tricks here and there. Anyone in the performing arts can tell you at least 5 different things they learned to make sure their costumes stay in line and their hair stays good. A pretty silly skill I learned in dance was how to hide crazy hair. It's no secret the wigs that we wear for competition are pretty crazy. I mean, look at this. It's nuts. It's also heavy. One unfortunate downside to Irish dance is you can't change your hair color all that often because the wigs you wear are expensive. As someone who likes to change their hair, over the years I figured out ways to hide my crazy hair and crazy haircuts underneath a wig. An uncommon skill, but a one needed if you want to have wild hair and keep dancing. I dyed my hair, cut it in crazy ways, and even during COVID, I dyed it electric blue. And even now, though my hair is a natural color, you wouldn't see any dance wigs in 2 tones. So when I'm on stage, I hide my brown hair underneath a platinum wig, and when I'm off stage, I turn into a brunette. It's kind of like a dance secret identity. I recently competed in my last competition, and it was a big one, a regional one. I originally wasn't going to be dancing this competition in teams or in otherwise, because I had more or less sworn off dancing competitively because, cutthroat environment out in the Western region. But some of but sometime I came around to dancing on the team with the Murphy Academy, and it was definitely one of the best decisions I've made in my life. All I had learned over the years had come into play. Communication between my team, celebrating the little successes, and even even silly lessons like hiding my crazy hair underneath a wig. Everything came into play beautifully. My dance career has been a long one, almost a lifelong adventure, and has changed me as a person. It's a venture I wouldn't trade for anything. I hope that everyone gets to learn these lessons in one way or another. They are ones that build you up and help you learn to navigate situations that may come your way. Thank you.
I believe that working hard will always pay off. Everyone has aspirations and goals. For some, that means putting hours on top of hours into studying for an exam, while others can quickly grasp concepts and pass their test with ease. Working hard is something everyone is capable of when their mind is put to it. What some people call easy, others would find extremely challenging. During and after school, I work with 2nd, 4th, and 5th grade kids. While it is not easy, the results of my hard work make it worth it. I work hard during school to understand the material and earn good grades. The people in my life inspire me to put my all into everything I do. Effort cannot be measured, but when you push yourself, you will see the results and know that you earned it. In my freshman year, I applied to work at the Sutton Elementary School's aftercare program because I wanted my own money. I started working there as an assistant a few days a week after school. It took a few months to warm up to the job and be comfortable giving directions to the kids, but shortly it would become natural for me. Me and one of my coworkers, who had been there much longer than me, would get along great, and she would give me advice about how to be better with the kids. I started to interact with the kids more, which made my shift a lot more enjoyable than just staring at them waiting to go home. Soon, I would look forward to coming to work, not just the paycheck, and it quickly grew to be something that I loved. I worked with varying age groups and found my place in the Sutton Extension program. Soon, I started working 5 days a week with the same group every day. This consistency not only helped me to form bonds with the kids, but also to be a more valuable help. When the kids know me better, they're more comfortable around me. I got to really see the ins and outs of working with these kids. I started to see that not every day was going to be doing fun activities, but instead that this work was hard. 2 kids in particular gave me a rough time. One was very energetic and careless, and the other often had bad days at school, correlating to bad day at aftercare. I have gotten to see both of these students progress from kindergarten and now still working with them in 2nd grade. Seeing their growth in those 3 years has been one of the most rewarding experiences I could imagine. They both still have their hard times and challenges to continue working through, but to see how I have been able to help positively impact them really showed me the value of my hard work. For my senior year of high school, I decided to take the Future Teachers class. Working at aftercare showed me I enjoyed working with kids, but I wanted the classroom experience. I knew it would be more difficult, but if I really saw a future in teaching, I knew that this class would be beneficial. For the class, I go to help out in a 2nd grade classroom. When I walked in on the first day of school, I saw many familiar faces and several that I had yet to meet. As the weeks went on, I got to learn their personalities, their abilities, and how they behave. I recognized one of the kids that I have worked with before. I knew that this year would be challenging more than before. I go to see that class every day and help the best that I can. Some days I run small groups, help one-on-one, and as well as being a person that they can come talk to. Throughout the year so far, I have seen their progress in and out of the classroom. Some have improved their academics, while others have corrected their behavior. One kid in particular has truly shown me what it means to always be there for the kids. He struggles to sit in his seat, do his work without distractions, and use an inside voice during whole class discussions. I have gotten to understand how he works and why this is how he is. Being able to work around his behavioral issues and continue to help him understand the concepts being taught in his own way has made me appreciate the opportunity he has given me for the last 3 years to improve how I handle every situation. When he needs a break, I take him to the gym, but he runs in the halls. I started to learn that if I talked to him, he wouldn't run away because he was invested in our conversation. He now walks in the halls much better than he did at the beginning of the year. When doing independent work, he will talk to anyone within a 20-foot radius of him. I have learned that tapping my nails on his paper draws his attention to the sound. He then looks at the paper and keeps working. His behavior has come a long way since I first met him, but the hard work I commit to him daily has resulted in a drastic change in his behavior. Not only do I work hard with the kids, but I see them trying their best every day to improve. One girl in particular has really amazed me. At the beginning of the year, she struggled academically. She had difficulty reading basic words and doing simple math. She had received special help, but she was still frustrated in herself. She saw other kids easily doing harder problems and reading books smoothly and wished that was her. Every day, she would try to do things on her own, despite needing help. She forced herself to work harder to catch up with her friends. Soon, her hard work paid off when she started to see better grades and noticed it becoming less frustrating to achieve them. This motivated her to keep trying, and now she is reading more and doing harder math problems than other kids. She is so proud of her hard work, and so am I. It is rewarding for her to see her own hard work pay off, and it is rewarding to me to watch her succeed. The amount of effort that I put into being a teacher with the young kids at work is reciprocated in the effort I put into being a student at school. Working hard in class is not always reflected by a grade. Just because you didn't get a 100 doesn't mean you didn't try, as well as just because you got a 100 doesn't mean you tried the hardest. Everyone's best is different. Some students need to study for hours to finally understand a concept. Others can get it just from the lesson taught in class. Everyone learns differently, but learning what works best for you can improve the results you're looking for. Cramming a subject the night before a test won't commit the topic to long-term memory. Studying for hours on end every afternoon could also not be the best use of your time. To see the payoff of your hard work, you need to find what best suits you. Taking classes that you can enjoy can make the hard work feel easier as well. When my mom was in high school, she focused on taking many science classes. They were advanced, but because the course interested her, the workload was manageable. She worked hard for good grades and got into Clark University. The hours of work put into homework and studying paid off when she was accepted into her dream school. While working hard got her where she wanted to be, she says that without the payoff, she wouldn't feel fulfilled. Once she got to college, she wanted to become a licensed site professional after graduating. After writing a 50-page essay about brownfield remediation, she still wanted to work in the environmental science field. She talked to someone who had the job she was hoping to have soon and was shocked at how different it really was than she expected. She realized that she would never see the payoff of her hard work at that job. This caused her to change career paths. Without ever seeing the results of the dedication she put into the job, she would have not felt accomplished. She saved herself a lot of busy work and landed a job doing what she loves doing 20 years later. I have seen the payoff of my commitment to my job working with kids through behavioral and academic improvements. At school, I have improved my grades by paying attention in class and studying outside of class. I have seen how working hard in college can put you on the best path to success from my mom. I will always stay motivated and work hard, even when I don't get instant gratification. I can see the long-term effects of my work in high school and that the goal is worth chasing. I believe that hard work will always pay off in the end.
In my time at Sutton, I have learned to live in the moment. Far too often, people worry about the past, creating a hyperfixation over actions. Life moves too fast to be worrying. If you hyperfixate, the people and things in your life will fade away. In the past, I was extremely focused on saving memories and living through my phone, instead of in my own eyes. Living in the moment instead of living through the past has changed my life for the better. The realization that the people around me are more important than the old photos on my phone was life-changing. It was the summer after 2020. I was going into my sophomore year of high school. COVID had ruined my social life. The days had gone by in a blur. One moment I am helping my mom create her chicken farm, and the next moment I am sitting in my room, reflecting on the past months, wondering where I went wrong, how I could have changed. This hyperfixation caused a fog. The year passed, and before I knew it, I was sprung back into reality. I sat wallowing in self-pity and did not even realize the struggle that my family was suffering. I was not the only one going through hardship and troubles. Opening my eyes to reality was the best decision I could have made that year. I developed a stronger bond with my parents and siblings, a bond that is still going strong to this day. My grandfather passing during the pandemic taught me valuable lessons about the power of love and resilience. It reminded me of the importance of treasuring every moment with loved ones, of finding strength in the community, the act of holding on to hope even in the darkest times. Of the pandemic, it has forced people to confront the fragility and impermanence of life in a way that few other events have. The sudden passing of my grandfather served as a stark reminder of our morality and fleeting nature of time. It forced me to confront the difficult questions about the meaning of life, the legacy we leave behind, and the importance of cherishing every moment with those we hold dear. While living in the moment, I was able to create a bond with people who I would have never interacted with if I had not started my job at Dunkin' Donuts in Millbury. Walking through the door labeled Employees Only was the best decision I could have made. Immediately, I was embraced with happiness and laughter on that first 12 to 6 shift. I realized that I needed to get my act together and start making my own money. You cannot rely on your parents forever. And to be able to live in the moment, you need to have the resources needed to create new memories. The first month into sophomore year, when I had made the decision to change my life for the better, I had remembered this girl from one of my online classes. She was kind and welcoming. I knew she was the type of person that I needed in my life. That one message on Snapchat changed my life forever. I was introduced to the best people I could have ever asked for. I was introduced to Shane and Anastasia. They have taught me so much. They taught me to be courageous and make changes, and I'm a better person today because of them. I still remember the first day of soccer. Most people know that Sutton is a soccer-oriented town. Everyone has played at least once. Playing soccer in a small town has taught me the value of hard work, perseverance, and teamwork. It has taught me to appreciate the simple parts of the game, the thrill of scoring a goal, the satisfaction of a well-executed pass, and the adrenaline of a close match. While my soccer season may have been over for a while, I wish I had cherished the moments where my mom was screaming and cheering. If you focus on the past, there is no room for growth. Constantly worrying about who said what that day or thinking about a fight that you had with your family or friends. I believe that living in the moment is the key to true happiness and fulfillment. Too often we find ourselves dwelling on the past about the future, neglecting the present moment. When we fully embrace the here and now, we open ourselves up to a world of possibilities and experiences that can enrich our lives in ways we never imagined. Living in the moment has many meanings, but some can be letting go of regrets and resentments from the past and releasing anxieties and fears about the future. It means immersing ourselves fully in whatever we are doing, whether it's enjoying a moment with loved ones, pursuing a passion, or simply taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of nature around us. When we live in the moment, we become more attuned to our senses, more aware of the world around us, savor the little moments that make life meaningful, find joy in the simple pleasures of everyday life. Living in the moment also allows for people to get a sense of gratitude for all that we have. Instead of constantly striving for more or dwelling on what we can learn to appreciate, we learn to appreciate what we have surrounding us. In the present moment, most importantly, living in the moment helps us to create deeper, more meaningful connections with others. Put down the phone, live in real life instead of on social media. When we disconnect from social media and reconnect with real life, we open ourselves up to a world of possibilities and experiences that can enrich our lives in ways we never imagined. Instead of seeking validation from strangers online, we can find fulfillment in meaningful conversations with friends, family, and the community living in the real world. Living in the real world allows us to appreciate the beauty of the world around us, the complexity and diversity. Instead of viewing life through the narrow lens of a screen, we can immerse ourselves in the nature, the art, the culture, and the simplest pleasures of everyday life. Vacations provide a rare chance to slow down and cherish quality time with family members, away from the distractions of work, school, and other obligations. Vacations allow us to focus on each other and enjoy simple pleasures. The moments of togetherness create a sense of belonging that strengthens the family bond. Vacations offer opportunities for personal growth and learning, whether it's trying new activities, exploring different cultures, or stepping outside of our comfort zone. Travel broadens our perspective and opens our minds. Family vacations create cherished memories that we carry with us for a lifetime, from resilient side jokes to all the inspiring moments. And I asked Mr. Doe what she believes living in the moment truly means. She has expressed that this is something she struggles with. Our brains have been trained to live through photos and videos rather than to be present in time. This is something that I relate to. We've been trained to always think about the memories and the good old days where struggles did not feel like struggles. People were living their life with not a care in the world. Times have changed. People should not feel the need to photograph every moment in their lives. And one last message to leave with today is to open your eyes. The decisions and choices you make today will affect you forever. Life is extremely unpredictable. Life was not meant to be planned. Everything happens for a reason. Live your life in the moment rather than prepare for the unpredictable. Embrace the moments that you have with the people around you, those that make you happy. Thank you.
Everything happens for a reason. You've heard it before, maybe even have said it. But have you ever thought about what those 5 simple words meant? Most likely not. Some may say it's cliche, but it's my life's motto. And every single thing that does happen to you happens for a reason. This belief that everything happens for a reason encourages those to both grow personally and learn from their mistakes and choices. I've learned that you can no longer dwell on the bad aspects of life. Instead, you have to focus on the future and the good that it can hold. There was a reason for it happening. There was a reason that it took place. At times, life is unfair, whether it's not being accepted to your dream college, getting rejected from your dream job, failing an important test, or even someone close to you passing away. Something positive can always come out of it. I have been through my fair share of things. In 2022, I had lost my great-grandmother. While I'm so lucky and grateful to say I had known my great-grandmother for 15 years, it was still tough. Life seemed to be at my lowest point. I was feeling all different kinds of emotions. I was sad, I was angry, I was hurt. When it was getting hard, I had to really reflect and tell myself that she wouldn't want to see me like this, and that there was a reason behind it all, even if I couldn't see it immediately. Since she's passed, I have been able to learn more about myself. I learned how to grieve, how I cope with loss, and how much you need to cherish life's moments and spend the most time possible with those around you. Pop culture icon Marilyn Monroe once said, "I believe that everything happens for a reason. People change so that you can learn to let go. Things go wrong so that you can appreciate them when they're right. You believe lies so you eventually learn to trust no one but yourself, and sometimes good things fall apart so better things can fall together." By saying this, she is telling so many of us that we cannot control what happens to us, but that we can only learn to do what's right for ourselves. And to me, this means so much. Through your life, people and friends will come and they will go. They may come into your life suddenly and leave abruptly. That person teaches you life lessons, teaches you more about yourself. These people can be a college roommate, high school friend, even a stranger. Whether it's for a split second or years of friendship, you will learn. It's up to you if you decide to dwell or learn from it. An American engineer and technologist said it best. Just remember, everything happens for a reason. We just have to pick ourselves up and look on the bright side of life. No one has control of who or what may come and go, but it's up to you how you choose to take it. Change. It's what I, along with many others, hate most in this world. However, during my past 4 years at Sutton High School, I have learned and accepted the fact that change is vital and necessary to grow not only as a person, but as a student, daughter, and any other aspect of my life. Change allows you to enter new parts of life, learn new things, and even may change your life one step at a time. Whether we like it or not, change is bound to happen. The biggest change I've gone through is probably coming to a new school. I've lived in Worcester all my life up until about age 13. My family decided to leave the busy life Worcester had to offer. Starting a new school was scary, especially just becoming a teenager. I remember having all these different emotions I was feeling. I was eager, anxious, nervous, maybe a little excited, even though I didn't want to show it. But that big move is what made me, me. It made me go through experiences both difficult and exciting and learn to enjoy life's biggest moments before they are soon gone. The switch from middle school to high school was a difficult one for me. We weren't in school full-time because of the pandemic. We weren't able to take part in school activities or even hang out with those closest. And through the years, I've gained friends, I've lost friends, but one thing that they have all taught me in many different ways is that everything happens for a reason. I believe change is what moves you along in this world. If you were to live every day from here on out the same, you would be stagnant. Change is life's way of making you. Change is okay, change happens. You just have to realize that change is bound to happen and you have to figure out how to come to terms with it.
The idea that everything happens for a reason allows you to personally grow and embrace life. Rather than looking at the past, this ideology allows you to look towards the future and what good you can make. The hurdles you encounter on your journey are only minor in the big picture, and all is a part of your story. Luck. I'm sure everyone has come across something that you believed was luck. In all reality, luck isn't a real thing. Nothing happens solely because of luck or by chance. Whatever happens, happens for a reason. If you aren't happy with the situation that's going on in your life, there was no one else you can blame but yourself and the actions and events that led you there. It is not the lucky people that get to enjoy life. It's the people who work hard for it that get the ability. Quoted by actress Lucille Ball, luck is hard work in realizing what is opportunity and what isn't. Luck doesn't fall into your lap. Luck comes to those who earn it. Every action you do, every choice you make will affect you somehow. I grew up with a single mother. She was the first person to tell me that everything happens for a reason, and the outcome of that reason is greater than anything. But as I get older, the more and more I realize how powerful this statement is. My mom is the one person I know that could come out of any difficult situation with a smile on her face. With that, my mom is the person that I interviewed. My first question that I wanted to know was, does the quote, "everything happens for a reason," mean anything to you? She responded with, "This phrase can mean a lot of different things to different people. For me personally, it is very important. It has helped me through good and bad times. It has made me appreciate good times while also keeping up my faith that hard times will pass and there is a reason for it all." Knowing that I don't believe in luck, I was wondering if she did. I didn't believe in luck until my child proved to me that this may not always be the case. She had a long run of good luck, including winning prizes, pole, etc., until she finally lost. I commented, "I guess your luck finally ran out." Then she found a $100 bill on the ground the very next day. To wrap up my interview, I finally asked, if you had the chance to talk to high school seniors before they move on to the real world, what would you say? She said, if I was able to talk to a group, I would say that above all else, money, fame, etc., it is most important to be a good person, truly good. If you are a good person to others, it is always something that can be fallen back on. When faced with adversity, do the right thing when it seems like the difficult decision. Be kind to others as you never know what they may be going through, and show appreciation where appreciation is due. All of these things may seem minute, but they are very valuable. I have learned that everyone was put on this earth to offer something good. But ultimately, it's up to you to put the good you have out there. As our final days of attending Sutton High School are soon approaching, I reflect. I look back at my choices. Some I may not be proud of, but it is what got me here. It is who I am, and it all happens for a reason. Thank you.
All right, what makes me me? I've always strived to be the perfect kid. Respectful, compassionate, determined. Am I there yet? No, because it's impossible to be perfect. But I will share with you some lessons I've learned and experiences that I've experienced that I use to chase perfection. There's no better spot to start than with my parents. My parents have always expected highly of me. Each of them, growing up in traditional families, have led them to teach me traditional values they learned. My dad, growing up with 4 brothers and no sisters, values respect more than anyone else I know. Even though I don't have to fight over the last waffle in the morning, or even the first shower after a long day at yard work, like he did, I'm still engraved with the virtue of respect. They have forced this value specifically. It means so much to others, it can get you so far, my mom says on respect. So far, I find this to be true. Every day I wake up and think about how lucky I am to be raised this way. I was also lucky enough to be born to a family with 2 siblings. a brother, and a sister. My brother 8 years older than me, and my sister 6 years older than me. They have taught me most of what I know. I take many characteristics of my brother's, one being the variety of music he listens to. When I was young, I spent a lot of time around him, admired him in a way, watching him play video games and watch classic old movies. An ambition of mine is to see the world. I also believe that I get this from him. With him now being older and having his own apartment, it's hard to find time to see him. But this does not stop us from planning family vacations to places that we want to see, even though we know they won't happen. Even though I don't see him much, he's still a huge part of my life. Growing up, it was always me and my sister, yin and yang. I always found us indulging in childhood activities like playing Mario Kart or even just enjoying each other's company. She has also taught me many things, how to care for others, and to even how to show my parents' attitude. Even though we don't always get along, I'm very thankful for the memories we have made together and the things she has taught me. From the days we would have fun swimming at the lake at the family cottage or playing catch with a baseball, to the rainy days we would stay in and watch Disney movies and play video games. What they have shown me does not go over my head and has shaped my personality and interests and made me who I am. Although my family is a huge part of what makes me me, there are other factors that contribute. One being the friends I have made throughout high school. Many of the friends I made in elementary school and even preschool are still some of my best friends today. Connor and Matt being prime examples of that. They have both been some of my best friends since the beginning, and I can see their actions and attitude have shed off on me. The people you surround yourself with are essentially an image of your future self, I like to believe. Even the teachers I've had have made a huge imprint on my life. Being in school 6 hours a day for 180 days for almost 4 full years makes it impossible to avoid the faculty in the school. This makes the relationships you build with them vital. All the teachers I've had have taught me something I will use to better myself. Planting myself around these good people set me up to be a better person overall. Ever since I was 6 years old, I've played soccer. First I played town soccer. This eventually led me to join a club team. On this club team were great kids from all around. It allowed me to gain relationships outside of the small town we call Sutton. To this day, I hold and cherish these relationships. I've gone through so much with both my high school team and my club team. The wins, the losses. These alone have shaped us. One night, I went out seeking advice. The question I had in mind could only be answered by someone of great knowledge. Who not wiser than a grandmother? The question I asked her was, what is an experience you have endured that I have not yet experienced that changed the way you see yourself? I could tell she was stumped by the question. Being 85, you have a lot to look back on. The answer she produced was having kids. It changed the course of her life and sent her through many ups and downs. I thanked her for her feedback and went on my way. Even though the people in my life play a huge part in how I am me, they aren't the only things that make me me. I am fortunate enough to be born to a family that also loves to travel. Italy, France, and Spain being some of my favorite stops. Each individual place has shown me different perspectives of life. And most importantly, they have shown me what it means to appreciate. An activity I also love to do is explore the city of Boston. This is another trait I received from my brother. Seeing the ins and outs of the city has taught me so many lessons. Two major ones being appreciation and gratefulness. These lessons I've learned, experiences I've experienced, and people I've met the first 18 years of my life will guide me to be stronger, smarter, kinder, and an overall better person throughout college and the rest of my life.
Sorry is such a strong word, but it ultimately does nothing to fix the damage that has been done. Then, why do we say it? To make ourselves feel better? To convey that we regret our actions? I believe that it is a mix of a bunch of things. I've noticed that people fall into two major categories: those who never say sorry, and those who always apologize for everything they've ever done. Yes, I know those are two extremes, and it is a spectrum, but I myself fall closer to the second category. Ever since I was young, I've constantly felt the need to apologize. It's not because I did many things wrong, or I was taught to feel like I'm always in the wrong. My parents have been telling me to stop apologizing so much. It's just simply who I am. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Having manners and knowing when to apologize is always the first step to setting things right. However, I have noticed that I am apologizing for things that I have no control over, or normal, everyday things that are commonplace. I've realized that I apologize for participating in a conversation, sorry for butting in, and sorry I just interrupted you. I don't want to interrupt people, so I take a passive role and don't end up contributing to the conversation at hand. Or, when I do add to a conversation, I apologize because I may have stolen someone else's thunder. As many of you know, I work at aftercare in the elementary school. I absolutely love working there, spending time with the children and hanging out with them. At times, it can be a stressful job, and there are many decisions that one needs to make constantly, which can lead to many moments of regret later. I should have done this instead of this, or, oh, that was a mistake, things like that. Sometimes things happen, and one kid ends up saying something unkind to another. That hurts that kid's feelings, and an apology would be the next logical step. That is how they learn to apologize. When someone, mostly a teacher or a counselor, reminds them that they need to be conscious of what they say and what they do. However, there have been a couple of instances where one kid truly is not sorry for what they did. At that point, I feel like we cannot force them to say sorry. If they don't mean it, it has no meaning, and nothing is accomplished. The most we can do is remind them that what they did hurt their peers and tell them to not do it again. Depending on the severity of the situation, there may need to be consequences, but more often than not, it is something that will be resolved before everyone goes home. Over February break, I went ice skating with my friends. This was my third time ice skating, so you can imagine how good I am at it. Not very. We were at the indoor rink for about 2 hours. At about the hour-and-a-half mark, I noticed that I was apologizing to everyone. Because I'm not very good at ice skating, I was clinging to the sides of the rink while trying to go around in a lap. I found myself apologizing to people just because I had to go around them, or they had to move out of the way. I was apologizing for taking up space, for existing near them. At that point, sorry isn't being used for its intended purpose. Yes, it's being polite, but half the people didn't even notice I was there. I found myself saying it more to let those people know that I was near them, rather than actually apologizing. An excuse me would have been plenty sufficient. If the sorry doesn't mean anything, then what's the point of saying it? An apology is a powerful thing. It has the power to show your true intentions and change people's views of you. For me, saying sorry is my way of showing compassion, that I care, or that I'm aware of what I'm doing in the case of this ice skating adventure. I fear that I say sorry so much that it will start to lose its meaning, that my apologies will come off as insincere. And once the apology doesn't mean anything, what can it stand for? A few years ago, I saw a post online. I'm not sure of the context, but it had a picture of a bunch of broken plates on the ground. It said something along the lines of, "Sorry won't fix the plates, but what you do next might." And that is 100% true. The word itself won't undo the damage that has already been done, but helping to clean up or assisting in the restoration of the plates will. The saying goes that actions speak louder than words, which is true for most things. Making the move to pick up the broom or grabbing the bigger shards shows that you are aware of your actions and want to fix what happened. It shows that you care. An apology is the start, and your actions are the next steps. In English class, at the start of the new year, we had to pick a one-word resolution. I could pick a word that would promote power, like focus, confidence, and discipline, and those would have done amazing as resolutions. But for me, I felt like I needed to give less. Selecting less as my one-word resolution was my first step to realizing some of my own faults, trying to do everything for everyone, for example. Upon writing the speech, I've come to the realization that you can't possibly be responsible for everything all the time. Yes, it is good to own up to things and help out, but you do not have to apologize for being you. You don't need to apologize for putting yourself first sometimes. I think a major reason for my constant need to apologize is my lack of confidence. I'm fairly comfortable in my own skin and who I am as a person, but I am not as confident in my actions. I tend to overthink a lot, focusing on how I messed up or what I should have said instead of what I did. Agonizing over it after the fact makes me feel that I need to apologize even when the moment is already behind everyone. As I have made my way through high school, I have become far more confident as a person, but I still have a long way to go. Once I get to college and find out more about myself, I hope that I will become more confident and that my constant need to apologize will taper down. I talked to my parents about their college experience to see if they gained confidence throughout their college journey. My mom said that she did gain confidence once she found her people and found where she needed to be. As cheesy as that sounds. However, she made a point to say that it wasn't right away. After her freshman year, she transferred to UMass Amherst. Only after that transfer was when she felt a difference. When I asked my dad the same thing, he responded in a similar way. He said that his confidence came with time, that confidence comes with experience. As a commuter living at home, he built up his confidence and serious attitude towards college by his junior year. The more he experienced, the more comfortable and confident he became. Both of my parents agreed that confidence is not an instantaneous thing, that it takes time to build. As I look to the future and wonder which way life will take me, I am hopeful. I am hopeful that I will continue to learn things about myself and the people around me. I am hopeful that I will become more confident. I am hopeful that sorry won't permeate my speech on the daily. It is a long process, and I restate that apologizing is not a bad thing, but I am hopeful and looking forward to the person that I will become. Thank you all so much for coming. Sorry for my lengthy speech.
Regret, as itself, embodies the acknowledgement of the consequences from past actions. There's an irony to regret. It emerges as a beacon, and it illuminates paths not taken, decisions made in haste, and it is, within itself, a part of the human experience. And it reminds us of our web of actions and their aftermath. In order to pick the correct path, we need to see where we've already gone and remind ourselves of our goals. I am certain that everyone in this room here today has had at least one regret or has gotten stuck in the web at least once. When you fell into that regret, let me ask, did you take the time to look around? Did you take the time and consideration to look at all the angles of the situation and choose your next move in a way that aligns with your morals and goals? I know for a fact that I have been there, made mistakes, turned blindly and did it all over again. Happens to the best of us, but it's how you react that makes you who you are. And if you sit there kicking yourself in the shins for either not asking that guy or girl out, or something bigger like not talking to an older relative as much as you feel like you should, inaction and self-pity will get you absolutely nowhere. I may only just be graduating high school, but in the 17 years of my life, I've picked up a lot of regrets and have made more mistakes than I can comfortably share. Each time I've regretted something, every time I feel the instinct to wallow in self-pity and give up, I remember this quote. Your ability as a human being to recognize your own faults and even to regret them makes you stronger than most in the fact of feeling empathy. It reminds me that most people just spin in circles on the web, continuing a vicious cycle of regret, and they never learn to move on and live with it. I've learned to not let my regrets control me, and I hope everyone here finds something that does the same for them. No one deserves to destroy themselves over their past, and it should almost never be wished upon anyone. One of my larger regrets, and probably one that most people can identify with, is not trying hard enough in school. I would often allow strategic zeros, meaning I would calculate what my grade would be if I just didn't do an assignment, and if I was happy with the grade, wouldn't do it. My mother has always pushed me to do more in school, and I've always brushed it off and did my own thing. But once college application season began, I began to realize my mistake. I felt as though if I had simply done the work, took the harder classes, pushed through, and got extremely good grades, I would have more options when it comes to colleges, as they're extremely competitive. Though she didn't agree with me originally, she still supported me when I panicked and was asked to skip school when I didn't do a project for Mr. Stamos' class and didn't want to face the consequences for my actions. Because of her, I didn't end up getting embarrassed in front of the whole class because I hadn't done the project, and for that I'm still grateful. Though she probably should have told me no and forced me to suck it up and make do with what I had. So, since not everybody knows this about me, I used to practice Kempo martial arts on the weekends, and I've always dreamed about getting my black belt. In elementary school, I would always say, I'll have my black belt before I graduate high school. At the time, it seemed like a good goal, far enough away that I wouldn't have to worry about it for now. But once COVID came, just after I got my blue belt, and classes went online and I lost motivation for my goal, a large part, I just was not the same as it used to be. A large part of that was my parents not wanting me to go back in-person lessons as soon as the instructor did, as COVID was still fairly rampant. A part of me wishes I argued with my parents and went again anyways. If I had, I might have had an easier time getting back into it once everything returned. I used to really enjoy my time in the dojo. Sparring was by far my favorite form of practice, since it gave me a tangible sense of my progress, whether I completely outmaneuvered my opponent or I lost because of something really simple I wasn't doing. Since then, I was unable to return, but when I had the opportunity to come back this past summer, driver's license in hand, I chose to focus on other projects, and honestly, I don't know why I didn't go back. I get upset when I think about what I left behind, what I gave up. Sorry, little me. I'm no Tim Zalewski, and I don't think I can reach that black belt anytime soon. Through this reflection, I determined I might get back into it over the summer, but even if I don't, becoming obsessive with self-pity over the past won't get me anywhere. Also, it's not like I lost everything from my classes. I still have everything I've learned. The lessons in teamwork, strategy, critical thinking, and perseverance are all aspects I continue to carry with my personality to this day. Another thing I really wished I did sooner was join our school's FRC robotics team, Team 8544. I became a member back in September of senior year, and since then I've genuinely enjoyed my time on the team. Building robots and participating in competitions have both been extremely engaging, and I discovered a love for something I never knew I would. Even the less fun parts, like sitting for hours asking code why it won't work, only to realize you were missing a bracket. This also includes almost cross-wiring a vital part of the robot, where I would have been responsible for several hundreds of dollars of damages. While it's been fun, and I'm looking forward to this year's season, I can't help but feel like I'm missing something. Missing a sense of real belonging. Don't get me wrong, I definitely feel like I fit in with the team. But sometimes I doubt myself whenever I remember I just joined and I haven't really experienced much yet. While that technically doesn't take away from my contributions, which I definitely have a lot of, I have an imposter syndrome problem that I likely wouldn't have if I had joined a year or two ago. Sometimes I feel like a fraud, particularly when I mess up a fairly simple task, and I feel like I don't know anything and don't belong. I realize that this is just me being embarrassed about learning something new, and I shouldn't be afraid of it, but I can't help it sometimes. can't help but feel like the stupidest one in the room. More recently, I've recognized the only thing I can do is to make the most of my time between now and graduation. Teammate 544 is a place I truly feel like I belong, and I definitely robbed myself of that last year, when I needed it more than ever. If I had joined Teammate 544 when I heard of it, I would have been more compelled to pursue harder math classes and put more effort into my schoolwork. In the past few months, the team has helped me pick a career path that I would likely want to pursue in college and beyond, and I believe that magic could have helped me through my junior year. Notice how often I've used phrases like I could have or if I had. Despite our reflections, it's crucial to know that we cannot change the past. Unless someone has invented a time machine and didn't tell me, changing the past remains impossible. Nevertheless, it's essential to reflect on our regrets and draw lessons from them. I believe it is only through reflections of our past mistakes that we can take lessons from, and these reflections shape us to be who we are today and who we will become tomorrow. Thank you.
I believe when you do anything, you must do it 100%. When you sit down to work, do it with your best effort. Don't get distracted. Don't put in half effort. If you go onto a diet or a workout plan, it won't work if you only kind of do it. This also applies to your rest. When you take a day off or you're eating your cheat meal, do it 100%. Because if you are going to allow yourself that day off, make sure you utilize it to its full potential. However, this may seem simple, and most people may think they are already doing it, but I found it to be untrue in myself when I asked myself this question: when was the last time I really tried? And I mean, put my all into something. This really got me thinking how much harder I could be working toward my goals. Effort to me means utter and complete focus. Effort does not mean you are necessarily successful or good at what you do. I have seen this in my life. I have met people that genuinely work hard and don't get what they want. It's happened to me, and I would bet it has happened to almost everyone. An example in my life would be not getting a starting spot on a team when I was so sure the work I put in would lead to it. But true effort and true perseverance is going back and trying again. I remember the feeling of putting in work and time to come up short in a game and lose. Football is such a great concept of this. Only 11 games, and you have to leave the last one in the past no matter what happens. Win or lose, it is over. The only thing to do is learn what you did wrong and learn what you did right and play better in the next game. I know there are people in the audience now thinking how ironic it is that I could give this presentation. How can I talk about putting forth 100% effort when I averaged no more than B's and C's throughout high school? While this is a valid point, I have a very good explanation. I hate school. If you believe hate is a strong word, I do too, and that's why I used it. If you ask for my personal opinion, I believe I spent more time wasted than more time benefited. I did have some great teachers, great coaches, great friends, and great memories during my time here. My time with sports teams and bonds that will never be broken. So I am grateful for these memories and opportunities and would not want to give them up for anything. These cherished moments will, however, not override my opinion that my time here was spent more unproductively than productive. This is not because I chose to be lazy or have fun instead of taking high school seriously. I knew early on it was not for me, but it was really the only option I had. So yes, when it came to my 4 years in this building, I could not have put in a more half and lazy effort than what I did. Deep down, it did bother me. I was not a fan of wasting my time knowing I would not be pursuing school any further than required. Which is why it is so important that when you are looking to put effort into things, you must know that it is what you want to do and show a passion for it. A good friend of mine, Dom, told me something that made me laugh about a year ago. He said to me, if you studied as hard as you tried to cheat, you would be able to just take the test. While this opened up the gateways of my brain for a moment and had me thinking deeply, I quickly shrugged my shoulders and probably said something stupid. I continued my efforts to cheat on that Spanish quiz and got rewarded with a decent grade that I was satisfied with. And that is the only time I've ever cheated on a quiz or test, I swear. What I take away from this situation is as long as I ended up with a good grade, why does it matter how I got it? Some people put the effort in to study while I put the effort in to have my answers right by my side while going unnoticed. Effort is effort, and if you can still live with yourself and sleep at night, who cares what that effort looks like, whether it be cheating for the test or studying? So many people dread going to school on Mondays. People get Sunday depression, knowing they have to go back to the grind the next morning. This is where I believe most people's problems of being lazy come in. If you do something you hate for 5 days straight, then of course you're going to want to reward yourself on your 2 days off. Sadly, the motto of the 7-day week with 5 days of work will last until the sun swallows earth. But who says just because we are forced to work 5 days a week means we cannot enjoy what we do for those 5 days? Imagine a world where everyone went to bed early on Sunday night, because they were excited to go into school or the place they work the next morning. Imagine a world where people don't have to worry about effort because they love what they do every day, so there would be no reason to not try. It is nice to imagine, but reality is reality, so I try to make my reality what I want it to be so that the effort I put in feels effortless. I started to finally understand effort not too long ago, earlier this year in fact. Throughout football season, I discovered what effort can do. My football career was short and sweet, yet I still feel I could write a book the size of the Bible about it. The ups, the downs, the moments where I felt like I could conquer the world, and the moments where my head hung low in embarrassment and regret. The greatest thing I took away from my 4 years with the sport is that all it takes is confidence and perseverance. I remember plays where I thought I did everything to a T and still missed a tackle. And I especially remember the plays where all the odds were stacked against me, and I thought to myself after, how did I just pull that off? It is all due to effort, making mistakes in practice, so when you do mess up, you have been put in that position before, and you know how to correct it. Running full speed every play, even if you miss the call from the coach or are unsure of yourself. Running as fast as you can and hitting as hard as you are capable of can only lead to good things, even while skiing near trees. As one of my coaches used to say before every game, you can't be mad at yourself as long as you run 100 miles per hour every play. He taught me a lot about effort and was a big inspiration for me to do this presentation. Now in life, I find my way to sprint and I find my way to hit, knowing that is how I will find my success. Thank you all.
Doing what you truly love may be the most important lesson in modern society and life. Every day, we have different missions and tasks to do. It's the same routine for almost every teen that is enrolled in school. With many of us not looking forward to it, we all still do it and survive. Well, most of us at least. Waking up, getting ready for school, and going to school, and then free time. The same thing can be said for adults, except with a job. If people go into the new world after high school, it is the most important thing in your life to become successful. But what is success? There are many views of it, but the way I view it is being truly happy with your life no matter what the circumstances are. Most people have the idea that you get a stable job, you make a good amount of money, have a family and kids, and get that nice car and house that you always wanted. But what comes after that? Having a job that pays well, but an abomination of work, can cause a plethora of problems. An example of this can be my past summer, where I took on the role of working with Koopman Lumber as a landscaper and worked as a lumper. A lumper means a person who loads and unloads truck, which is a new word I learned while making this. A mere $17 an hour as a 17-year-old seemed like endless spending money to me. I worked 5 days a week, 6 weeks straight, and 3 of those days I did landscaping. I mowed the lawn of the CEOs and VPs' houses and cut them regularly. I made sure the edges were straight, mulch was laid, etc. One time when I was mowing the facility, I accidentally backed up too far and the front carpet got shredded to pieces. On top of that, the CEO's office was right next to it. To say that I should have brought an extra pair of underwear to work that day is an understatement. If one of my coworkers were that CEO, I would not see myself talking up here right now, but surprisingly enough, he was exceptionally nice about it and laid back about it. He gave me details on how to clean the motor, and we talked about how he was in my position one day when he was my age. We immediately started talking more when I walked past him or saw him in the distance. This gave me a good connection with people who are at the top of the pyramid. But when I worked in the warehouse, and sometimes I had these long, hot hour, 14-hour shifts, these were the shifts where I honestly felt like I had no chance of survival at the end of each one, and didn't know how my coworkers were doing this for the rest of their lives. However, in all seriousness, my coworkers and the environment taught me many things that can apply to my future. Even though me and my coworkers did the same work, I still have so much respect for them because they are doing the jobs that nobody wants. I absolutely would despise having that as my final job for my life, and their integrity gave me motivation to what I really want in life. That vicinity of time made me question myself. Every day you are headed to the job you hate, it makes you question, what is your real goal in life? And can slowly make you miserable. But our passions are a key to unlocking happiness, as they generate positive emotions, boost motivation, and provide a sense of purposefulness. They create a profound sense of fulfillment that is fueled by the joy and satisfaction we derive from engaging in activities that resonate deep within our souls. Passionate pursuits have been shown to improve overall well-being, reduce stress levels, and increase resilience in the face of life's challenges. Incorporating passion into your daily life is essential for achieving true happiness and fulfillment. By consciously engaging in activities that energize and inspire you, you can create a life filled with genuine joy and contentment. Let your passion guide your career's decisions. If you love what you do, you'll be more motivated and committed to your work. Pursue a career that aligns with your interests and strengths, and you will find greater satisfaction and personal growth in your professional life. Remember that it's never too late to pivot your career or start a new venture. Embracing the opportunities that come your way and never stop learning and growing. The path to following your passion may not always be smooth, but most of the times the obstacles get in the way, but makes the rewards immeasurable. Now, personally, by embracing your passions and pursuing them with dedication, you open up yourself to a lifetime of personal fulfillment and success. By aligning your work with your true calling, you tap into a wealth of motivation and satisfaction, allowing you to tackle challenges with resilience and determination. This willingness to pursue your dreams will not only bring you a personal satisfaction, but also have an untold sense of accomplishment. Having a job you don't love can dramatically drag you down and make you mentally drained. Going home exhausted and worked out, you don't have enough energy for the things that you truly love. This can be a massive variety of things, from passions to people you love. Instead of forcing yourself a person with energy for everyone, that is someone always to look up to, and not being excited to go to work every day is not a goal that you want to reach. I feel like choosing a job that you love externally and internally will make you happy. This I believe is the key to life, the key to success, the key to everything. By pursuing the activities and fields that ignite your passion, you can discover a deeper sense of purpose and connection to the world around you. This can have profound impacts on your personal well-being and overall quality of life. When you engage in activities that you genuinely love, your brain releases dopamine, which creates a sense of happiness and fulfillment. That can sustain you throughout the day, but prioritizing them, you can cultivate a positive state of mind. In addition to these benefits, following your heart can also lead to personal growth, deeper connections with others, and a sense of accomplishment. My personal love for soccer and snowboarding can give me more hope to become successful as I eventually go into either business one day. With effort and integrity, I learned from my coworkers I can make my passion into work. With many more opportunities to do what you love now in society rather than 30 or 40 years ago. Technology is much more advanced and makes it way easier for more opportunities. As you pursue your passions, you may find yourself taking on challenges that stretch your abilities and teach you new things. In some cases, it can even unlock your true potential. By embracing your passions and consistently working on them, you may be able to develop new skills and reach a level of achievement that you have never thought possible. Thank you.
We share endless amounts of memories with our friends and family throughout our lives. It can sometimes become difficult to stop and appreciate these moments we share with others, since we know we will have the opportunity to experience them once again. What many of us do not realize is that that opportunity can vanish very quickly without us even realizing it. Over the past decade of my life, I have learned to never take anything for granted and appreciate the moments with the people I love. Every summer since I was born, my mom's side of the family has taken a trip up to Wells Beach in Maine. We would all gather into one cottage, conveniently for us located right across the street from the beach. As soon as we would arrive, we would rush to pack our things and get ready to walk over to the beach. I remember how my mom would always make us peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and pack a bunch of Capri Suns to ensure that me and my brothers would not have to argue over who got what flavor, but we still did. Once we would arrive, my grandpa would take me down to the water with my boogie board. This was a boogie board that I had picked out from the junk store along the boardwalk. Since I was so worried about losing in the ocean, he would always assure me that if that ever happened, he would go right back to the junk store and buy me a new one. He always made sure I was happy, even if I was a little spoiled. One summer, when I was around 7 years old, I was playing in the ocean when I came across a little boy about my age. He was trying to use his boogie board to catch a wave, but he was not getting much success. I decided to go over and help him. Our parents saw us playing together in the water and began talking, and every summer since that day, we would meet up with that family on the beach. Their family quickly became a big and important part of our trip each year. We spent all of our beach days together, went to dinner and got ice cream together, and also played a ton of mini golf. Since we lived so far from one another, this week on the beach was the only time we would see them. This made me look forward to my vacation to Wells even more than I already had. There are many things I loved about going to Wells Beach in Maine. I love the fact that we got to spend all week with my whole family. I loved getting back together with our beach friends after not seeing them for a whole year. I loved that my favorite ice cream shop was just a short walk away from the cottage. I loved when my grandpa would win me prizes at the arcade on the boardwalk, and I especially loved being able to sleep on the top bunk every night while listening to sounds of the ocean as I fell asleep. Fast forward to today, my family's trip to Wells, Maine is no longer annual. We have not talked to our beach friends in over 8 years. My favorite ice cream shop has closed, and my grandpa has passed away. All of these things that I had expected to be around forever have disappeared from my life in a matter of just a couple years. I never realized how easily something like this could happen, and what I really didn't understand at the time was how much all these things meant to me. Now I get to think back on all the memories made with my family and realize I took them. Now I think back on all the memories made with my family and realize I took them for granted. Change is something we all have to be ready for. Whether I liked it or not, we didn't rent the house on the beach anymore. We lost touch and grew apart from our beach friends. My favorite ice cream shop was going to stay closed, and my grandpa was sick and didn't have much time left with us. It was hard for me to grasp the fact that I went to Wells, Maine for the last time with my grandpa without realizing it. Although I am beyond grateful for the amazing memories, I wish I took more time to appreciate all of these things while they were still here, instead of expecting them to stay around forever. I wish I could enjoy one last day with our beach friends. I wish I could have one last scoop of ice cream from my favorite shop. I wish I could sleep one more night in the cottage next to the ocean, and I most of all wish I could tell my grandpa how much I appreciate everything he did to make me happy. All of this happening so suddenly made me realize how important it is to appreciate everything and everyone that is a part of my life. And with graduation and college fastly approaching, having appreciation for family and friends is more important than ever. Similarly to all my classmates, I have lived with my parents and siblings for my entire life. We all have our separate daily lives, but at the end of the day, we all come home to the same place. This has always been a comforting feeling to me. Small moments like making jokes at dinner together, going on random drives with my brother to get food, or even just bickering with one another are all things that I tend to take for granted. I have gotten used to being around my family, but soon I will be moving away to college and won't be able to share these small moments with them each and every day. Things that I used to find annoying and bothersome will quickly become the things I want back most. My brother barging in my room just to stare at himself in my mirror, my dad blasting his music just a floor below me when I'm trying to sleep, or even the smell of my mom cooking dinner downstairs as I'm finishing up my homework in my room. These aren't usually things you would think to stop and appreciate because they are normal and a part of everyday life. But these are the things you will miss the most without realizing it. Just the overall presence of family is a feeling that many of us may take for granted, and with college coming our way, we may start to wish we took the time to appreciate our loved ones even more. It is crazy to think that we will all be graduating and going to college soon. This is a bittersweet time for us seniors as we are reflecting on our lives and reminiscing on the memories of our childhood. Although our time together has flown by so fast, we have to understand that all we can do now is appreciate these last moments that we have together. So let's all take this time to recognize how far we have come. We should appreciate our accomplishments, appreciate the experiences we have gained, and most importantly, appreciate one another before our time together is up. Thank you.
Life in general moves very fast. For me personally, it feels like the time is flying by. There are not many moments in the day to slow down, take a breath, and realize the good things in life around us. There is a constant need to be moving around, which was ingrained in many of us from a young age. While doing constant activities, it can be hard to find time to be able to do outside events with loved ones. For me personally, that has been a struggle of mine for a long time. The statement, "Stop and smell the roses," sounds silly and does not give off the appearance that there is much meaning to this short statement. From the people that I interviewed for this presentation, there is a deep meaning that impacted their lives and took them a few years to understand fully. For the teachers, there was not much of a sense of needing to necessarily slow down a ton because, to most people, there is always time. For them, many had an experience in their lives that made them realize there is so much happening in their day-to-day that the thought of missing memories was not completely at the forefront of their thoughts. A catalyst such as the loss of a family member or a family emergency can change a person and make them realize that there was so much more that could have been done. For many, it takes a large moment to realize that, but for me, I got the memo pretty early. The story starts sophomore year. Starting the beginning of the school year, when we were going back to normal, I went to get a job. I got the job. It took up my time, but I did not care much because I was making money and I always thought it was the process of growing up. Then I was asked by my Boy Scout leader to become a mentor and helper to the younger Cub Scouts and their den leader to help them learn new skills and have a person there to show them what they can be when they're older. It added more to my work schedule, which was becoming hard to manage with just Boy Scouts and work. My parents then got divorced and I started getting close with distant relatives of my family. While the amount of different activities was growing, I still only had the same 24 hours a day. This caused me to be doing something every day because due to who I am, I wanted to be everywhere and be there for everything. This was something that I was able to keep track of because I liked doing activities with others, making money, and building deeper friendships with people. It all seemed okay to me and many others around. I was able to be there and I felt bad if I was not. While I was doing all these things, I was always planning for the next hangout or event and trying to be able to do all of my chores that I needed to complete when I got home. Just 1 week turned into months of constant running around and trying to fit everything and everyone I cared about into a time slot with an invisible checklist that I had for the week that if I did everything, it would be complete. When I would miss an event or if I had to call out of work, I would feel like in some way I was disappointing the people that were a part of these different facets of my life. I valued everything and everyone I loved deeply, but was not able to be as present in the moment as I would have liked. Then I was presented with, in my opinion, the opportunity of a lifetime. Going to Europe and being able to see 3 countries with my friends. This caused me to work frequently to be able to pay for this trip, which at that point was the biggest purchase I had to make. I was working all for this future trip that I could see just in my grasp, but then I had mandatory tasks in my life that took priority, like driving lessons and family events. When all I was doing was working towards a trip and getting my license, I had to at some point just let things be what they were. I almost completely stopped hanging out with my friends and not seeing my mother as much. I even stopped enjoying Boy Scouts, which for the longest time had been a huge part of my life, that now because of the different events and meetings I had to attend was becoming a chore rather than an enjoyable experience. I started to just focus on work and get what I needed to do done, but as the trip was coming up, I started realizing that my friend that I was going on the trip with and my other friends around me were less like best friends that shared a ton of good times to people I had just met. I just left it to deal with after the trip, which was not the best idea for me to do, but I continued. Every week was the same thing: schoolwork, sleep, with the occasional Boy Scout and Cub Scout events and meetings. Every day melded into one vicious cycle that left me unhappy and made me think this is all life is, and I am just going to have to deal with it. The trip finally came about, and I was freaking out mostly because I was going on a trip a week after my mom moved out of the house. I had one friend come over and she offered to help me move my stuff because I was moving bedrooms. When she came over to my house, I was able to talk to her. I was finally able to not think about what my next work hours would be or what I would need to do at the next Boy Scout meeting. I sat there thinking about that day for a while and realized why I was giving up so much I cared about and rushing my life to go on a trip that was supposed to be one of the best events of my high school career. I went on the trip and had some bumps, but overall a good choice that gave me memories of a lifetime. After I came home, I was already planning my week without any free time, continuing the same schedule as before. I got my license after the trip, which I was really excited about, but then slowly came to the realization that over the summer I had almost completely lost any connection with the people I had been friends with for years at this point. With my schedule, though, it was tough to get together with them. Even though I value the time I had with my friends, I let it go, though, and as I said before the trip, I left it for to deal with later. I did that, and then it hit me that senior year was in a week, and I looked back on a year where I could barely remember anything besides school and work. I realized that with not much else to do, I was thinking about different ways I could go about fixing the problem to make the next year the best possible for me. I decided to stop picking up so many shifts and gave myself the okay to start to introduce more people and activities in my life that I enjoyed. I realized that there is more to life than a check in my hand and a uniform I wear. After all the work I did on myself, I started to be able to enjoy my day and overall life more. The minuscule things like lunch at school or a simple car ride made my day so much better. I can have a friend group, hang out, and be able to laugh and joke around like the time does not end. I get to go to my mother's or aunt's house and be able to sit down and feel comfortable and share moments with my family that will dwindle when I move on to the next chapter of my life. Now I can confidently look back at the last few months and say I'm satisfied with where I've ended up now, and I am a little worried about starting a new chapter in my life. But I know that when I look back on my senior year, I can say I tried my best and had the best time I could. I understand now why people say stop and smell the roses, because if you walk by, you'll never be able to see the amount of petals that are on the flower or be able to see the meadow of flowers behind it. Thank you.
If you ask me who or what impacted me 5 years ago, my answer would have been different since I did not know how to respond. Many of this impact had strong effect on me and always have made me smile at people every day. I was born in Newcastle, Delaware. When I started my deaf journey, I had been deaf my whole life. I had to go to speech therapy every day, which included missing classes every day. I always faced many challenges every day when I went to school since I got bullied for having cochlear implant. I did not know my life was going to change at a young age since I had a disability of having cochlear implant. I always wondered why I had to miss school or stay after I was teaching. It made me upset to miss out fun activities since I had to get surgery and stay away from certain activities. Dr. O'Reilly has impacted my life, and since he was the person who guided me on what I wanted to be when I get older and keep pushing me through my surgeries. Delaware is such a small state, but it will always be my forever home till this day, since it's when I started my journey of having cochlear implant. The moment I started my first day at Sutton, I was excited since it was a new school. I realized that Newcastle Elementary School is more diverse until onto Sutton, which was a wake-up call that my life was going to change. I remember the first moment I walked into the school. I was walking with Miss Harrison in the hallway, and all the kids were staring at me. I thought it was because I was new, but in reality, I was the only black girl. Made me nervous more. I would say that I had a rough experiences because I'd never been a black girl in a white school, since I came from a school with more diversity. Until I spent the whole day, there was only 2 black people in the whole school, which made me realize that I wasn't supposed to be here. When I walked into the class for the first day, I didn't have any friends, but since everyone had their closest friends, which made it hard for me to fit in. The first year was always challenging for me since I was being left out or told I couldn't play with them. I realized from the day I had to change myself and knew I needed to cover my cochlear implants since many people did not like me. The more time I spent in Sutton, I was able to fit in, which made my life easier. I realized that all I had to do was get out of my comfort zone to be able to talk to people and show that I was different. I learned that everything takes time and made me find my forever friends. I did not know being in school for a while was going to make an impact on me. I met amazing staff that I have conversation to this day. Miss Hughes was my speech teacher growing up. She had faith in me and supported my dreams I always wanted to accomplish. It is hard to find teachers who don't understand you, and I found those staffs who understand the type of person I am. Sutton was the place that I always needed to be since they always care about me with my education and show me that everything with challenges you have to get out of it. Smiling to people is my favorite thing to do since I like spreading the positivity without worrying about people's opinion, and having conversation with teachers made me get to know them more. My parents are my biggest role models since I was facing many challenges in my life at a young age. My dad told me, you cannot let people know your weakness because they will use it against you. I was happy that my mom will say no to last-minute plans because it taught me a lesson that you just fill in a spot. Even though I had cochlear implant, my parents advised me to showing that my disability isn't stopping me from reaching my goals and that I can do more than anyone can do. My mom had to leave work to make sure that I go to my speech therapy on time and had sacrificed everything for me. She always wanted the best for me, which is including getting surgery for my cochlear implant. She had to fight for me to avoid going to a deaf school, which she believed that being in a normal school environment was a better option. I'm grateful for everything my parents did, including pushing me that I would blame my cochlear implant, which meant that I needed to put more effort. My dad taught me many life lessons that prepared me before facing reality. The first life lesson was being different from everyone means you can do better, which including having a disability or not. Even though I had cochlear implant, I had to work twice as hard. It showed that you put in the effort and knowing that you accomplished something. The second life lesson he taught me, which made me learn a lot, is more about racism. He taught me you meet those people later in life, which included jobs, college, and many other places. My mom always told me to smile, which is always make you go through the day without any worries. My parents have impact on my life, and I'm grateful for everything, which shows that I'm more motivated and independent. Field hockey was the first sport I ever played, and it was something I was interested in trying out. I started playing in middle school with no experience, which scared me since it was a hard sport to pick up. One thing that's kept me going was playing with my friends. It made me realize that my teammates are my family, including my coach's daughter, Kennedy, no matter if the season was over. I made a goal that I started learning new skills and having fun and learn from my mistake. I did not know that playing for a sport for a while since I gave up playing some sports without having any interest. It made me realize that the longer you play the sport will make you work harder. I was the last one from my beginning of this middle school to my senior year. I was taught something that sports can be toxic, even you always have to think of a positive mindset. Since I played field hockey for a different school, it made me realize what different coaching skills. I always learned that no matter where you are, you have to always adjust. The heartbreaking news that I realized I couldn't play in my senior year because of my medical, which made me question myself every day. The amazing opportunity that I received from my coach was that I could be team manager since I always wanted to be part of the team and finish my senior year with my favorite sport. I learned that coaches can always ruin the sport you like the most, which made you work harder instead of overthinking. The sports that I turned out to love to be a life lesson in life for many reasons, such as communication, teamwork, and leadership. My social life of having friends has been my biggest impact on me. Being a social person has been a big impact to me to get to know people from outside my small town and get to know a chance to know people. It made me get to know my friend Trista, since she has the same disability as me, and get to relate to me every issues that we face every day. She was one person that taught me you have to stand up for yourself since other people don't know what's important for you. I learned that overthinking is not going to always help. It's better to have confidence and not show that nothing bothers you. Many of my friends taught me many things that made me realize that I can face struggles that are not worth to stand for. Every day I got to know that being a good friend shows that what a good deed you have. Friendships has taught a valuable lesson that your true friends will stay when you're at your lowest and wouldn't judge you if you're different from others. Being a friend, they always stay when you struggle or make a mistake. I like making memories with my friends since I got to know what I will capture them in life. One last thing I realized I accomplished many things that I never knew was going to happen. Starting new things taught me lessons that I can use in the future, like being in DECA. Since it was my first year, I placed in second place, which made me shocked, but it took hard work. I like being involved in school by joining clubs, volunteering, and helping in school activities. Volunteering made me realize that I'm giving back to the community. Helping in the Special Olympics with my friends made me realize how people have someone who impacts their life, which taught a life lesson. I always volunteer with my friends since I'm making memories with them. Applying for colleges was one of the scariest things of doing, and seeing the acceptance made me realize that I had to continue working hard. When I tell my parents the things I have accomplished, made me realize that the disability doesn't affect anything. That I got to know, knowing that makes me know you cannot give up, since many impacts have helped me during my journey. Thank you for coming.
During the countless nights I spent driving down the winding Sutton roads, blasting the lumineers, this one line has stood out to me. It's better to feel pain than nothing at all. These 9 words have stuck with me as I leave my childhood behind and decide how I will take on the life I have been given as I become an adult. To truly embrace life, I cannot hold myself back from experiencing and feeling it all, the good, the bad, and the in-between. I would often wake up every day from middle to high school expecting the same boring old routine, shutting everyone out and just going through the motions until I could go home and immediately go to sleep. I learned to self-sabotage by expecting the worst and avoiding new friendships or opportunities due to a fear of being disappointed. At some point, it almost got easier to accept the numbness because you cannot get disappointed if you see it coming, but it will catch you off guard if you let yourself get your hopes up. The past can give your mind a tendency to protect your heart from feeling certain emotions again. In doing this, your mind is also holding you back from a world of possibilities. I was keeping my guard up to prevent my future self from getting hurt, but in the present, I was holding myself back from living. I am grateful to be so close with my parents, but that is why I struggled growing up most of my life with them being separated. Having to say goodbye to each of my parents every week to go back and forth between houses, the only constant I could count on seeing every day was my brother. We went through the entirety of life together. Throughout the years came potential step-parents. It could be hard to tell if they really cared about me or if it was due to me being a package deal with my parents. Welcoming them into the family and then suddenly going back to being strangers when things did not work out caused me to wonder where they went without an explanation or even a goodbye. Whether it is going back and forth between houses, people leaving, or family members passing away, having to say goodbye to someone close can build a wall around your heart to protect it from feeling that disappointment again. This instilled a defense mechanism of hiding my weaknesses and putting on a happy face to avoid opening up, relying on or getting attached to others. In defining my life now, based on the past, I have held myself back from so much life. So what changed? I made a choice. I could not survive one more day feeling numb to the world around me. I missed the passion and gratitude I once had when I saw life as a gift. It sounds simple, but it actually took years to stick to this choice. Realizing you want to change is half the battle, but it is a longer journey to make the change and stick to it. Just as it took time to build up this habit of my mind controlling my heart, it took time to undo. Day by day, I learned, and am still learning, to break down the wall that is my mind and let my heart feel emotions again. Not just the highs, but also the lows. I slowly started to let people in and risk all the potential pain for the possibility of happiness and connections. I began to unapologetically be myself, whether I was forming lifelong friendships or just chatting with customers at work that I will never see again. In return, I found others that related to me, as well as seeing the beauty and uniqueness. I realized everyone is an imperfect human, and our differences are what invoke learning and growth every day. In simple and blunt terms, as my brother would say, hope for the best. Either it will work out or it will blow up in your face. But I have learned to be okay with that, as long as I was being myself. That's life. It is far from a straight line. I may get hurt along the way, but I will also grow in facing all the ups and downs and not doing it alone. I now see it as a blessing to have family and friends in my life that would one day make saying goodbye so difficult. I also avoided joining sports due to a fear of failing and not fitting in with the teams, until freshman year when my friend encouraged me to join cross country and track. I was terrified on my first day to not be included in a group of girls I barely knew. 4 years later, it was the best decision I could have made. It was the first step I ever took out of my comfort zone for myself, rather than just doing things because my friends were. Not only did I expose myself to an extremely rewarding journey of hard work and determination, but also an unimaginable bond with my teammates and coach over the years, which turned into lasting friendships. Individually, we go through a lot as we all run our own races, but it requires mental teamwork to support and motivate each other for the greater good of the team. Win or lose, we go through it together. I learned that I could be strong and independent, but also be vulnerable, accept help, and not go through life alone. We have shared so many laughs, smiles, and tears, and I would not ask for it any other way or with anyone else. I will bring that mindset into college as I further my education at the complete opposite of Sutton, UMass Amherst. It has been terrifying enough opening up to this small farm town community, let alone a huge city-like school. While this decision is intimidating, I will continue to leave my comfort zone behind and open myself up to the rest of the world, and within the chaos, I will find my community. The very weakness I once possessed of closing myself off has grown into a strength that will allow me to be vulnerable and empathetic of so many different lives through nursing. There will be tough times, but seeing the waves in life as beauty rather than a burden will continue to be an eye-opening experience. So let yourself feel all the pain that comes with the joy. Do not be afraid or ashamed of it. With social media and a small town where everyone knows everyone, the stigma of not appearing perfect or normal constantly is difficult to avoid. Do not bottle up the emotions we were born to feel or force a smile all the time. Your heart was created to feel it all. Pain is part of life. We must accept it, but we do not have to dwell on it. Our minds have the power to pick ourselves back up and balance out our hearts. We can consciously choose to think in a way that will allow the light to outweigh the darkness. I was taught to write down 10 things I'm grateful for every day, from the little things like sunsets on a lake to big things like family. This is my mind helping me remember that with the pain comes happiness and beautiful things. It can be a difficult choice to see past the negativity and force positives on yourself. Eventually, it is no longer by force and becomes a way of life. I also had others to lean on and help remind me when I was too consumed by my own thoughts. I wanted to continue expressing my gratitude today for my parents, family, friends, teammates, coaches, teachers, music, sunshine, and rain, everyone here listening to what I have to say, and last but not least, my brother, my best friend who never let me feel alone in this life. I spoke with a family member who has lived through immigration to the U.S., losing family behind the Iron Curtain, and recently being hospitalized. Her input on life is how powerful the mind is in perceiving everything that comes your way. As she makes friends with all the nurses at the hospital and soaks in every bit of time we get to visit her and sunlight she can get from a window, she sees the good in everyone and every situation. It is a reminder of just how much of a gift this fragile life is. People come out of the worst situations happier than anyone because they saw the light in the darkness. You cannot always avoid the darkness or control what is thrown at you in life, but you can choose to see the light and the growth that comes with it. So do not hold yourself back from life. I promise you the only thing you will regret in your final moments in this world is not living. Give yourself and others the grace to feel all the things that make you human. The joy, the pain, the laughter, the tears. You have to experience the pain to truly appreciate the happiness. Take in this great big world with an open mind and kind heart, and you will find your passions. Do not deprive the world of knowing the real you. Tell the people close to you that you love them. Take pride in your strengths and have courage to show the weaknesses and humanity in you. Do not allow your head to hold you back and work against your heart. Let them work together instead. Lead with your heart and your head will follow shortly behind. Never underestimate the power of your mind and, more importantly, your heart. Thank you.
How I learned to be me. For as long as I can remember, I have been moving. Moving houses, moving schools, moving towns, and moving countries. I learned many important lessons from moving so much, such as learning to let go, learning to say goodbye, learning to stay in touch. However, from those experiences, I have also always felt like an outsider or like I didn't belong. Living in Brazil, I was known as the American, and living in America, I am known as the Brazilian. I have always been the different one, and always had a hard time feeling like I am part of the group. In 2019, I received the news that I was moving again. This time, I would be going to Sutton, a small town in Massachusetts. I had just moved back to the US 2 years earlier, and just as I was starting to settle into my new friend group, and I was going to move once again. To be honest, I was not excited. Once again, I would have to go through the adaptation process, which was so tedious and dreadful. Only this time, it could be different. Then it hit me. Instead of being so keen on fitting in and being normal, or like anybody else, I was going to unapologetically be myself. No more keeping up with fashion trends or pretending to be into the latest music, or forcing myself to watch TV shows just because everybody else was watching them. I traded in Nike shoes for cowboy boots, hoodies for leather jackets, and shaggy hair for gelled up Elvis-style hair. I made my interests clear and did not care about what people would think of me. In my free time, I would record versions of my favorite Bob Dylan songs on guitar and harmonica, and would post them to social media. Was it embarrassing? Definitely. Yet I simply did not care and was just enjoying being myself. That decision I made to be myself, regardless of public perception, completely changed my life. I was ready to be made fun of or to be the weird one or awkward one kid in school. However, instead of being excluded, I was pleasantly surprised to see the people in the school were accepting of me, and even admired the fact that I was not insecure and could simply be myself. It was truly freeing. What I mean when I say be myself is that I consumed the things I like, stood up for what I believe in, and was not afraid to speak my mind or share my opinions. And most importantly, I did not become enraged when people disagreed. In fact, as my friends know, I like discussions and arguments. It is a huge part of my personality. Some of my finest memories of school are of me and my friends hanging out in the lunch table, or the lab benches in Mr. Stone's room, or my SPP, or the corner of Mr. Wandyes' class, just talking and joking about silly topics, such as what is the best cereal, or what is the GOAT fast food spot, or making a tier list of Sutton High school teachers. As my closest friends know, I would often disagree just to spice things up and make it more interesting. In the words of my beloved father, do not follow trends, set them. I can probably say that I lived my high school experience by those wise words. I learned to be me by embracing what I liked. I learned to be me by expressing myself in my own unique way. I learned to be me by living by what I believe in. One takeaway I hope that you who are listening to this speech is that by being yourself, you learn to appreciate the uniqueness of those who are close to you. God created us unique and different from everyone else. I believe that we should embrace these differences, indulge in them, celebrate them, and cherish them. We are often presented as numbers, statistics, percentages. We are often put in boxes of race, ethnicity, or age, and any other demographic. Our society now is concerned with the superficialness, and government exploits that for their gain. I wonder whatever happened to people be judged by not by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. When the first thing I did in high school was get a paper for me to check boxes to know if I'm white, black, Native American, or Hispanic. The one way for us to stand up against being treated like a herd of animals is to embrace our own uniqueness and celebrate the uniqueness of others. I thank God for the people He placed in my life. I am forever grateful to my friends who took me into the group despite our differences. It is good to belong to a team, to a tribe, to a community. My issue is with the destruction of the individual. A team is dysfunctional without the catered abilities of their individuals. A conversation is boring if all people do is agree. A relationship crumbles if the two people are a carbon copy of each other. Our differences are what make us, and our unique abilities are what makes us thrive. Thank you all for listening to my speech. I hope that you were able to take away something of value from my words, that in some way I inspired you, and that perhaps shared a different point of view that you have not seen before. If you disagree with anything I said, good. It means we are different, and that is fine by me. Once again, thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
When this assignment was first introduced, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't vexed. I didn't know what to talk about, and I was having a hard time putting pen to paper. I felt pretty discouraged with my lack of immediate ideas and began to get distracted talking with my friends. It hit me, later than it should have. The answer I was looking for was right in front of me, my friends. For as long as I can remember, I have had friends surrounding me. I've always had someone to support me, someone to talk to, or to someone to hang out with. As many of you know, I'm a triplet. This has been a large part of my life. A sibling or siblings are often a person's first true friend. With Kira and Sam, we made lots of mistakes and learned so much about life. But the most important thing that I learned through our friendship was understanding what friendship is and what it means. This understanding has enabled me to go on and independently make great friends of my own. This is probably the most important skill that they could have taught me. Friendship is a keystone to my happiness in life. Being with my friends and family brings me great happiness that I think everybody should experience. Playing golf, going on car rides, getting food, or playing pickup basketball in my driveway are all things that I do with my friends that bring me immense happiness. Thinking about it now, in 6 months, I will not, or will very rarely, do any of these things again with my friends from Sutton. This sounds crazy to say. Something that is a part of my daily routine is about to be over. This is going to happen to many of us. Going off to college or post-graduation plans, we're going to need to make new friends and experience new things. So why do we need friends? I believe that we live through a prime example of why we need friends. COVID, which caused months of lockdown and isolation from one another. Admittedly, I was excited to get a couple weeks off from school. My hopes were high that after our 2 weeks off, we would come back and still be able to go on our long-awaited Washington, D.C. field trip. My happiness began to fade as the trip was canceled, but to my surprise, it looked like we weren't going to back to school at the expected time. For many, this is where the loneliness began to set in. As months went by in lockdown, I missed seeing my friends. I even missed school, something that I would have never expected myself to miss. Freshman year started and I got to see my friends, but it wasn't the way I anticipated during lockdown. But nevertheless, I got to see them. Last block of COVID school went the same for me every day. I logged onto Zoom, said hi to Mr. Dezago, turned off my camera, muted, and FaceTimed Thomas Warren. It's a wonder we both did okay in graphic design 1. We would talk about pretty much anything other than the class, but at least we got to talk. Our seemingly trivial conversations about Fortnite and our other friends were enough to distract me from the undesirable situation that we were in. These phone calls were enough to make my days sitting at my desk so much easier to get through. I look forward to last period every day, not to listen to Mr. Dezago tell us how to Photoshop colors onto a picture, but to talk with Tom. But Tom wasn't the only person who helped me through this difficult time. We soon branched into hybrid school, a phase referring to half in-person, half online school schedule that we were all so familiar with. We were finally back in school, and I could see people's faces, kind of, and I could talk to my friends face to face again. By the second half of the year, I had a new favorite part of the school day, lunch. I sat, though spaced out, with Connor Silva and Matt Grenier. We were frequently told to quiet down and turn away from each other. We would listen, only temporarily, to go back to our heated debates, likely over the best school lunch, a potential sports trade, or who could eat the most spicy chicken patties from the school cafeteria. Like Tom, Matt and Connor helped take our situation from lonely and isolating to fun and something I genuinely looked forward to. Sophomore year started and school was getting back to normal. No more masks, cohorts, or spaced out lunch seating. I started and ended my day with the one and only Mr. Miller. I decided to double up on math classes, and I sat in the back of the room with Mr. Miller's 7th period Algebra 2 class. Next to Kingston, Connor Royce, Leo, and a new kid I didn't yet know, but his name was Eli. And Ben LaRose joined our class a couple months after switching back from Worcester Academy. he rounded off our unlikely group in the back of the class. As the year continued, so did our friendship, and school was starting to get harder. I had grown accustomed to taking it easy, and school was finally getting back to normal, and my Algebra 2 grade was reflecting it. At some point in the year, we decided that we would put our heads together and help each other out with any problems that another member of the group didn't quite understand. This was a turning point for not only my grade, but the morale of our group. We began doing better in class and enjoying our time in the math department. Unlike Tom, the Algebra 2 group pushed me to academic success. Even though we only had one block together, they made a tremendous impact on the way I utilized friendships within my academics. Junior year, I was back in the math classroom, this time in Miss Cummins' pre-calculus class. I had been excitedly awaiting this class due to the abundance of my friends taking pre-calc, and I can confidently say that none of us were expecting it to be as hard as it was. We all hit the panic button after our second or third celebration of knowledge or test, and it was time to reuse the strategy that we utilized just a few doors away in Mr. Miller's room. But this year, we needed to be even more vigilant with our math work. Though we did continue to struggle, the result was consistently better than before. This solidified my belief in our strategy, as I felt we were piecing together a puzzle. Someone always knew one of the many steps to solve trig functions or the unit square, but if we didn't know, we could always ask Navjot, who always seemed to understand. I asked Marcos Gouveia if he had ever had an experience with a friend helping him through a tough time. He said in the past that he had gotten into a dark place that he got out of with the help of friends. After listening to his story, I felt that he had very similar experiences to me in my sophomore and junior year math classes. Through both of our struggles, we always remained optimistic of a brighter future. In my case, I hope to be able to do pre-calc. Similar to my sophomore year, my friends in this class helped demonstrate that hard times are a little bit easier with supportive friends by your side. Now I'm up here on the stage with friends both mentioned and not in the crowd. I'm left with one final message. As we go off to college and our future endeavors, bursting the Sutton bubble, I encourage you to surround yourself with supportive friends similar to the ones who helped me thrive in my time at Sutton High School. I will never forget the impact that my friends had on me throughout my high school career. Through the good and the bad, the pretty and the ugly, my friends stood by me and helped me succeed both academically and socially. As we leave Sutton High School in May, I hope to inspire my peers to find their true friends, just like I have found mine. So surround yourself with your friendships that make you happy, because at the end of the day, it's the people you surround yourself with that make life truly worth living. Thank you.